get started here real soon. I guess I will call to order the June 25th, 2018 Royal Oak City Commission meeting to order. We're going to begin with an invocation given by Commissioner Paruch, followed by the Pledge of Allegiance. Please stand.
I'm going to begin the invocation this evening with a little story. Today I went over to help our daughter with some activities around the house. She's recovering from surgery and can't really do stairs, so I was down in the basement for quite some time. And at one point in time, I was out in the corner of the basement, and I thought, you know, allergies and all of that, but I think I smell gas. Didn't think anything about it until I went back in the corner again, and doggone it, it was still there. Very, very faint. So I went upstairs and I said, Annie, you know, just to be safe, you ought to call consumers, have them come out and check, just to be sure. Just to be sure. So she did. Consumers there in like 15 minutes, they were there. Nice lady came downstairs with her little wand, and sure enough, she found not only one, but 3 gas leaks, 2 of which were small, but when she opened the front of the furnace, it was like, whew. She tagged it. And she said, you are really, really, really fortunate that it is June and not January, or you all may not be here. So it's all fixed. Everything's good. Royal Oak Heating and Cooling fixed it very quickly. They came out quickly, too. But my point in giving you this story this evening is a couple of things. First of all, this could be a very contentious meeting this evening. A lot of strong views on both sides of a lot of different issues. And that's important. That's the way our democracy works. That's the way it should be. But I think we all need to take a look at the bigger picture sometimes. We need to love and appreciate the members of your family and your friends every single day. You have to be thankful for the good things that you encounter every single day. We all have to do that. We all have to strive in our own way to alleviate the suffering of those in our own community, and certainly those around the world that we're hearing about every day, and do what we can to alleviate it. We have to give thanks for the wonderful country that we live in and our wonderful community and all the freedoms that we all enjoy. And above all, we need to enjoy and celebrate this nation next week on the 4th of July because we love it, we love our country, and we wouldn't want to be anywhere else. Amen.
Amen.
I pledge allegiance
To the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
All right, that brings us to item number 4 on tonight's agenda, which is the proclamation designating July 1st as Youth Voter Engagement Day in Royal Oak. Is Mr. Michael Brown here tonight?
Michael Brown is not here, but I'm representing Designating on behalf.
Very good. Welcome. Yeah, come over here. This is the new mic they gave me because I can never follow the rules with that one over there.
Nice to meet you.
Nice to meet you. Thanks for making it out today. So I'm going to read the proclamation from the city of Royal Oak. We'll have a little discussion, and hopefully you have a few minutes to talk to the community more about Engage 18. So this is a proclamation designating July 1st as Youth Voter Engagement Day in Royal Oak. Whereas 18 to 29-year-olds make up an estimated 31% of the electorate, yet on average in the United States, turn out to vote less than 50% of the time. And whereas this is lower than any other demographic in the United States. And whereas young people across the United States and our great state of Michigan are constantly feeling more out of touch with the political process. And whereas Michigan was the 15th state to ratify the 26th Amendment. Whereas activities young people can partake in to increase involvement in our nation's political process include writing a letter to a politician, calling a politician who represents them, joining a campaign, joining a political organization like the League of Women Voters or Young Conservatives of America or Engage 18, talking to friends about politics, joining a political party, learning who your representatives are, pledging to attend a town hall, talking about an issue of which you have passion, reading political news, applying to work for government official in their office, becoming an election poll worker, running for office, working to engage your neighbors in politics, running for office, signing and circulating petitions, learning new political concepts, having a conversation with someone you don't agree with ideologically, registering to vote, and most importantly, voting. Now therefore be it resolved, I, Mayor Fournier, and the members of the Royal Oak City Commission hereby proclaim July 1st, 2018 as Youth Voter Engagement Day in Royal Oak and encourage the young people of Royal Oak to engage themselves in our nation's political process, beginning on that day and continuing every day. So just a few words from someone that's a little bit older than 18. I think it's great what you guys are doing with your organization. And for everyone out there that's young, I mean, the statistics are what they are. But when you get out and vote, it doesn't matter what you vote for. It doesn't matter who you vote for. When you vote, you win. And I think that's the message that this commission wants to deliver to you, to your generation, and to your organization.
Thank you very much.
Thank you. And I'm proud to give you this proclamation.
Thank you.
Thank you. A few words.
Of course. Hello, everyone. My name is Braden Crimmins, and I'm here representing Engage 18. Engage 18 is a registered 501c4 nonprofit on a national level, and it was founded by myself and a few other students at Bloomfield Hills High School. We've since expanded across Michigan. We have over 300 members signed up as members of our group, and we have over 30 people who are active leaders in the group. I'm currently a board member of the organization, and what we've done is we've essentially attempted to engage young people in politics. We've hosted a number of debates, candidate meet and greets. There was a Democratic gubernatorial debate that was hosted by Engage 18, and we're planning an upcoming Republican gubernatorial debate as well. We essentially are a nonpartisan organization who wants to get young people involved in politics. If any of you are interested in it, I do have my business cards on me, so you can ask any question you have or get my contact information to ask me more later.
Thank you. Thank you. Let's
Thank
give
you.
a hand. I mean, what a great... Such talented people in our young community. Makes me reflect about what I did when I was 18, and I think we'll just end the conversation there. All right, that brings us to item number 5, which is the Royal Oak Restaurant Association check presentation to the Boys and Girls Club.
Hi, everyone. First of all, I'd like to thank the city and its commissioners for letting us be here today. My name is Jenna Derrig, and I'm part of the board of the Royal Oak Restaurant Association. We put an event on each May called the Wine Stroll that allows each restaurant to create a small portion of food and pair it with a little taste of wine to show a little culinary creativity. And this year, we were lucky enough to have nearly 2,000 people take part and enjoy our downtown area and establishments on May 19th. This one-day annual event was such a success, and since we're a nonprofit group, we chose to donate the profits to the Boys and Girls Club. And we did so because the Boys and Girls Club have 2,700 members in the Royal Oak area, and their mission is to, quote, enable all young people, especially those who need us most, to reach their full potential as productive, caring, and responsible citizens. We at the RORA believe this to be one of the most impactful goals that anyone can strive to accomplish, empowering and guiding our youth with the vision being, in part, for every member to not only graduate from high school, but to do so with a plan for college or career. So with that being said, we feel that we need to support this enormous endeavor, and we at the Royal Oak Restaurant Association would like to present Sally Owen and the Royal Oak Boys and Girls Club with this check for $7,500 with our sincere thank you for all that you do.
Jenna, thank you so much.
Thank you. Again, another example of fine community involvement making a difference. I like on the check it said for the future. You like that? I like that. Very thoughtful in all regards. All right. This brings us to item number 6, public comment. Just a few words about public comment before we commence. The City Commission values and relies on the input of our fellow citizens to make decisions. Now is the time set aside for public comment and for the public to address the City Commission on any city-related issues, both on the agenda and not. I do ask that your comments be directed to the commission as a whole and not to individual commissioners. In addition to public comment, there will be one public hearing at tonight's meeting. That public hearing is for the Hyatt Place request to transfer a new Class C resort license into the city. If you wish to speak about that topic, you can wait to the public hearing at that time. And again, the same rules will apply at that public hearing. If you wish to speak tonight at either the public comment or the public hearing, please wait until recognized by me, the mayor. Come up to the podium. For the record, you will state your name and address. Please be mindful that we want to hear from everyone who wishes to speak tonight, so comments are limited to 3 minutes or less, and there's a timer at the podium there to help you keep track of your time. If you don't wish to speak tonight, please don't hesitate to contact any of us on the City Commission with your comments. We do receive them and read them. Please note that the City Commission will not respond directly to questions during public comment. However, we are taking notes and will address the questions when the agenda topic is discussed. And if you're coming to public comment with something that isn't on the agenda tonight, we're taking notes, the city manager's taking notes, and we'll address them as appropriate. With that, who's first tonight? I think I saw a fast hand here in the front.
Good evening. My name is Kimberly Martin. I live at 817 Mount Vernon Boulevard. I grew up in Royal Oak and went to Royal Oak schools, and I grew up at 310 North Wilson, so I've been here a long time. This evening, City Engineer Matt Callahan will present to you a petition which I submitted to his office for the paving of our unimproved road. Actually, the petition is for the paving of the third westernmost block of our road, which is where I live. This is not my first attempt to petition for the paving of our road. Shortly after the road millage was approved in 2014, I obtained a petition from the city engineer to pave our entire road and the 2 side streets, Custer and Washington. At that time, I did not obtain enough signatures to submit the petition, so it's at home on my desk. For my second attempt this spring, I requested 2 petitions. The first was for the full roadway, all 3 blocks, but no side streets. And I collected barely more than 30% signatures. The second petition was, as I mentioned, solely for the third block, which is the block I live on, which is at least most important to me, because then I can get in and out of my street without having to use the dirt road if I need to. So I am pleased this evening that you will be presented with this petition. I had more than 50% signatures, and I hope that it receives the city's commission's full support. I believe it may be helpful for your decision-making to have a brief overview of some of the history regarding our road's condition and neighborhood issues, if you don't already know any of them. As Mr. Callahan can attest, our neighborhood has a long history for dealing with issues relating to our road's condition, albeit most occurring prior to my moving into the neighborhood. I believe the single most disturbing situation involved the chip seal debacle, as it's known in our neighborhood, which has left serious and significant mistrust of the city's leaders by most of the homeowners from that period, I'm sorry to say. This was a common theme I heard as I listened to my neighbors during my solicitation for signatures on the petition. As a community, in our little neighborhood, we pay and schedule for our own road treatments for dust abatement. We keep in contact with the city to schedule grading as the road cyclically deteriorates from rain, snow, frost, traffic, etc. I am sure it is true that most of us homeowners on Mount Vernon purchased our dream homes on the street, at least in part due to the lovely tree-lined boulevard and country feeling, and yet near the convenience of the city's center. However, as time is a way of changing most things, the road's condition and maintenance issues have driven many of us to prefer the look and feel of, say, a Lexington or Northwood Boulevard, with paved roadways and defined curbs. This is not our ideal preference. However, based on what we see as the reality of current times and economics, many of us feel that the time is right to work with the city in terms of the cost-sharing opportunity resulting from the 10-year millage. Now is the time to improve our roadway. Thank you.
Thank you. Who's next? Yes, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. My name is Ross. 1828 North Lafayette, 073. And I rise before the commission to point out that I am here tonight only, well, not only, but principally for the Transit Task Force report. That such a small city as Royal Oak would embark on such an enterprise speaks well of this municipal corporation and its leadership, and especially its chairwoman. Also, Mr. Mayor and Commissioners, I would bring the Commission's attention to a story starting on page 1 of the New York Times, I believe it was 6 days ago, and continuing in extensive into the middle of the newspaper, about the nationwide efforts of the two horsemen of the apocalypse to destroy transit projects in this country at the bud, either ab initio or in expansion. I cannot imagine, Mr. Mayor, any other country in the G7 in which such a thing would be possible, that being the American exceptionalism we hear rather too much about. I warn the Commission and the Mayor and other similarly situated public officials at the local level in the Detroit metropolitan area that there is rot afoot in the big money of politics, and to be on guard for it. To my mind, and I do not apologize for this, it is a form of social degeneracy. And be careful of these men, because what they are attempting to do is to sell rugged individualism of a truck and automobile culture, which conveniently takes advantage of Brobdingnagian public works provided by 3 levels of government at vast expense. I ask public officials to be careful of where the money is coming from in the no votes. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Ross. Ms. Hennessy.
Carol Hennessy, 258 East 12 Mile Road. I would like to say that I agree with the commissioner who asked for adding someone to the Parks and Rec. Please continue to comment on things you believe we need help with. Our parks are in great need of cleaning and fixing up. I was at Red Run Park and the grass was so high that they cut it but left the grass laying there. It covered up branches and logs that people were falling over because they didn't see it because of the grass clippings were covering it up. Then I go to Memorial Park. What a disaster that is. I was there on the 16th of June. The whole park was rented out to a group who was putting on a baseball tournament. We had rain during the night. The teams in this tournament were from surrounding areas. It was embarrassing what bad shape the fields were in. Not one person from the DPW or Parks and Rec were there. One field took 1 hour to fix, the second one about 2 hours, and the third one took 4¼ hours to fix. The parents and players worked all that time trying to fix the fields. The players were full of mud and wet. They had 3 games to play that day after working for over 4 hours. I would think if you rent out a facility, it should be in good shape. The team had to pay to be in this tournament, and then they charged $5 to get into the park. Parents had to leave because of other commitments and didn't see their children play because the games were postponed for 4½ hours. These players hung in there and played 3 games in the wet and muddy uniforms. If the game was tied after the 7th inning, that was it. They couldn't play longer because time was running out. This was not fair to these players. We can't handle the 50 parks that we have, and we are going to add 2 more. Over $8 million is going to be spent on 2 new parks. Boji is getting $5.5 million, and our parks are all suffering. Something is wrong with this picture. I just want to warn our community that if you don't go along with the partisan commission, they will remove you from whatever you are doing for the city. The Royal Oak Memorial Society has been doing the services for Memorial Day and Veterans Day since the 1940s. We have always done the best we can for our veterans. So after all these years, the Memorial Society has been removed from the Memorial Day service, and after tonight, they want to take all veterans-related services away. The city would not have had a service without the Memorial Society all these years. We have always been told that we had had great services. Now we have been replaced. All you organizations out there, be careful because you can be next. Reappointments committee meetings are discriminating. They say things like people are too old, too political, or if you don't vote.
To finish your thought, thank you.
Okay, I have one more sentence. I am sorry to say this partisan commission does not have the Royal Oak community first on their list. This is the first time in my 52 years as a resident that I'm ashamed of this city.
Thank you, Ms. Hennessy. Who's next? I see a hand right here, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor. I'm Mike Richard at 433 Mount Vernon, a retired U.S. Army engineer. Sandy and I have lived on Mount Vernon for 25 years and have raised 3 boys. We are now for paving, and here's why. When we first moved in, the road was good. We thought it was blacktop, but it was an oiled gravel road that didn't need dust control. The road fell apart when they couldn't use oil and requires a lot more road grading and dust control. The city hasn't kept up with the grading repeatedly, and I'm tired of a road that's undrivable because of potholes and tired of all the emails between residents complaining about the condition of our road. The use of calcium chloride for dust control rots out our cars at twice the rate of road salt. We had also tried double chip seal, which cost us about $1,000, and that was unsuccessful because the city didn't properly maintain it. So at this time, we have been offered the lowest cost to pave, and we are for it. For us, around $13,000 it will cost us when sharing the cost for paving Custard and Washington. About 15 years ago, we tried to pave the road, and at that time, it was going to cost us $42,000 to just pave in front of our house, and corner lots for around $78,000. It was voted down. This present offer is very good and should be jumped on. I've lost a lot more than $15,000 on my cars, and I'm tired of living in a house that is constantly dusty. I'm looking into an electrostatic air cleaner to control the house dust. Recently, we have had new neighbors move in that are for paving and haven't signed the petitions yet, where the previous owners were against it. We personally know of a couple. It also isn't fair that some of us pay for the dust control and others don't. This will be the last year that we will pay for dust control. Thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Richard. Who's next? Yes, ma'am.
Hello, Mr. Mayor and fellow commissioners. My name is Alice Brown, and I live at 605 Mount Vernon Boulevard. My hubby and I have lived in Royal Oak for over 30 years. One of the main reasons we purchased on Mount Vernon, as I'm sure is the case for many of our neighbors, is the abundance of mature trees, lush vegetation, and it being an unpaved road. It was perfectly maintained when we moved in and for some time to follow. As far as the petitions that have been put forth, first off, in either case, the loss of many trees in our quote-unquote tree city would be devastating. The first petition, paving of the third furthest west block of Mount Vernon where it meets a dead end. We are on the southwest corner of Custer and Mount Vernon. The idea of paving only one block of a continuous boulevard is to us preposterous any way you look at it. To do so will service a select few who, at whatever point in time, chose to purchase a home on an unpaved road that I'm sure they assumed would be properly maintained. Personally, we would be spending well over $20,000 for this frontage only we never utilize, in that our driveway opens out onto Custer. The second petition, paving of all 3 blocks. The percentage of signatures in favor of, which is only 1/3 of the total number of residents on our continuous street, speaks for itself. It's understood that you have the option of voting to proceed regardless of this, but to totally ignore this minimal amount of support is beyond belief. I know that not everyone was at our meeting with Kim Gibbs at the Senior Center last week, but a show of hands indicated that an overwhelming majority of us do not want Mount Vernon paved. Besides having spent nearly $10,000 for chip sealing the road, we are now facing upwards of $8,000 for sidewalks on city property running up Custer from 13 Mile, since we reside on a corner lot. Sidewalks that none of those affected by and paying for want. We love Royal Oak and chose to stay when we considered moving elsewhere 21 years ago. It did not even occur to us, by purchasing a corner lot in this beautiful area, that it would come back to bite us and drain our savings to the extent it has and conceivably may in the future. The opposition to paving is decidedly strong, and I respectfully request that you seriously consider what the majority of us are saying. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Brown. In the far back, center.
Hard time hearing.
My name is Alan Ashley. I live at Royal Oak Manor. Before I start, I'd like to thank Commissioner Gibbs for coming out this morning to see the problem with the parking and traffic. I went to the last traffic meeting and I voiced my opinion on one, closing 7th Avenue because of the perceived hazard in the near future, and also putting a pedestrian light on Main Street so we can cross at 6, which would also go into effect when the new construction starts on the new building in the parking lot directly across from Royal Oak Manor. 7th Avenue is a hazard only because of the new communities that are being built that's on 7th, and that entrance goes right onto Main Street, and if you were a car or you walked it, you would see that you would have to turn 90 degrees to see the oncoming traffic from the south. And if you sped up in the gap, you have about 30 feet, maybe 30 yards before the crosswalk. If you sped up and a pedestrian is in that crosswalk, that person is hit. I was told by the engineer for the city, Mr. Callahan, that the reason why they're not going to close it is because the police department has recorded no problems. The reason why it had no problems, it was an empty field for 5 years. So no wonder there's no use of 7th Avenue. Now with the community center, there is. I was on with the commissioner. I showed her the problem we have with crossing Main Street. I was crossing Main Street and a car zipped past me within 4 feet of me and never stopped. If I was in a wheelchair or I was a mother with a carriage, possibly I wouldn't have been hit. We need a pedestrian light there. The reason why the engineer won't do it is because it has to be tied in with the railroad. I have called the railroad 12 times. I have never received a response back. I don't know if I've called the right number. If somebody has a number that I can call so I can discuss this with the railroad, I would love to have it. The people have my email address and my phone number. But this is becoming a hazard, and it will become a hazard more when that construction is completed on the new office building, retail, and parking structure going directly across from us. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Ashley. U of M hat. I can only see a hat.
Thank you, Mr. Mayor and Commission. My name is Stephen Miller, 115 Georgetown. So at last week's budget vote meeting, I came to the podium yet again to remind the commission and administration about the importance of adhering to financial budget policies that take up the entire page 31 of next year's proposed budget. After I spoke last week, a person came to the podium encouraging all of you to ignore longstanding city financial policies. This person, I think he said his name was Wallace, it might have been Rick Wallace, seemed like kind of a plant to me. It was obvious that he clearly had no understanding of municipal finance policy, nor did he, it was obvious to me, understand the genesis about how all these policies were ferreted out. This Wallace person was very hard to understand, but of the 10 points I think he was trying to make, he was only correct on one of them, and even then, he was only partially right and totally void of context. When I authored all of the financial policies found on page 31 back in late 2005, early 2006, I did not do it in a vacuum. I sought much advice and legal counsel. First, I wrote out my theory of responsible municipal financial and fiduciary obligations to maintain the financial health of the city then and out into the future. Having completed all that, I contacted two very respected bond counsel experts, both from separate firms. I explained my theory, showed them the policy wording. Both said and wrote back that everything looked legal and good. Then I went to the city attorney Gillum, who helped me a bit with the wording changes, which I gladly accepted and certainly made. Next, I contacted two different state agencies. First was Treasury, where I explained my financial responsibility theory to the people I spoke to, who assured me that both my theory and my policy ends were sound. Legally, I was on point, and they appreciated the thought that I'd obviously put in. Actually, I received a follow-up call from a department manager a few weeks later asking why and how I had thought of all this. Next, I spoke to reps of the local audit division. This is the group where we used to submit our firm's municipal, school district, and district court audits. I was told by two different individuals that they had never seen policies like these. They especially focused in on the general fund policy and suggested that they discuss with staff further and get back to me, which they kindly did. I was told by a woman that called back that they had shared these policies with a few municipal finance directors in Michigan. Within a few years, within a few years of our commission passing and implementing these policies, we decided to consolidate several small and medium bond issues because interest rates were favorable and to help the city's cash flow needs. Shortly after Don Johnson, and I think Mr. Hoover was there too, returned from their meeting with bonding companies, I received a call from Don. He told me that the bond underwriters were, and I quote Don Johnson here, quote, very impressed with that the city had enacted your financial policies and that they had never seen policies like that before, close quote. And Don went on, quote, we got a small rate reduction because of that, close quote. I thought Don might have been messing with me, so I pressed him further to see if it was really true, and he responded, quote, yes, it was about 1/8 of a point reduction. After I hung up, I took copious notes and wrote the conversation verbatim. I just have two more sentences here. In closing, I didn't take umbrage to Rick Wallace's comments. I'm pretty sure, it seems obvious to me that he just didn't understand a lick about municipal finance policy or fund accounting. I won't hold that against him, but I will leave you and Mr. Wallace with a bit of Latin. Res ipso loquitur. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Miller. Who's next? Well, since Mr. Harrison's up, I think I saw his hand up before. You want to come up now? Sure. Save you the troubles of sitting down and getting back up again.
At my age, that's a problem. Thank you. Bill Harrison, 2729 Trafford. I would like to compliment Commissioner Macy on her attempt to modify the budget in order to respond to public concern over the lack of park maintenance. I realize it was a last-minute request. However, as Charles Kettering of General Motors used to say, it can be wrong every time but the last time. You don't owe anybody an apology for doing what you think is right. If you do what you think is right and people don't like it, that's their problem, not yours. It's enlightening to see how the commission leadership reacts with harsh criticism when someone does not want to just rubber stamp what they have proposed. It's just another example of what I have previously referred to as trickle-down totalitarianism. I always have trouble with that now. Given that I've got a few minutes, item 12, I'm concerned with the apparent takeover of the Memorial Day activities by the Commission. I don't know what the end game is here, but I'm apprehensive about where this is going. And as far as public transportation is concerned, it never pays for itself. This idea of a 5-year millage is nuts because it will never stop with 5 years. I just am naturally opposed to government thinking that they can run everything. I mean, we have people thinking that they want to run the healthcare and take a 7% of our gross national product away, but it's not that. It's taking our freedom away. Same way with wanting to take our guns away. You know, the whole idea that government can do everything for everybody is just flat nuts. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Harrison. All right, I see a hand here in the aisle. Yes, ma'am, I think rainbow, or not rainbow, but striped.
Make sure you meant me.
Yes.
My name is Linda Tumala. I live at 3021 Helen Court. I'm addressing item 11, the Transit Task Force recommendations. First, if this is recommended, it will be using information from a survey that leads to a faulty conclusion, in my view. There were not enough respondents for a valid sampling. The Royal Oak population in 2016 was listed as 59,000. There were only 1,193 responding to the survey, or roughly 2% of the population. Yes, the population probably has increased somewhat over the last several years. But if that were true, then it would only lower the percent number of those taking the survey in relationship to the population. Secondly, in the 18 to 24 age group, only 1.23% of the respondents participated in the survey, which represented really a total of 15 respondents. Of those, 85% were shown to support the expansion of the bus system. However, that 85% of that group only represented 1.23% of all those taking the survey. Thus, 13 of 15 people responding in the 18 to 24 age group would use the bus. The survey said that approximately 67% of the respondents supported it. However, the 85% figure from the 18 to 24 age group was averaged with the rest. You know how averages work, that's going to bump it up. Of the age group percentages to arrive at that 67% total. However, remember, the 85% only represented 13 of 15 people, which goes to show that figures can lie and liars can figure. Also, under the question, if you can't drive, what would you do? 72.66% would use Uber or Lyft. Only 15% said that they would use smart buses. Additionally, why is there a need for another position in Royal Oak to be created at $115,000 for a transit manager if we had this? As there is already an oversight committee whose job description appears to cover all of the duties that a transit manager would do. Further, why can't the person presently in charge of the senior bus program of transportation be the transportation manager if one is required? Also, what happens if the fares projected cannot meet the cost? Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Mellon. Mr. Karlowski. Are you still having a hard time hearing it? Yeah. Okay. Mr. Karlowski, can you do me a favor? Can you speak into that mic right there and see if it picks up a little bit better? Please give us your symbol and your favorite hobby. I'm just kidding.
Power to the people.
Can you guys hear that? Okay. Is it too soft?
Too soft? Too loud?
They're not hot at all?
I did, but you came up in the chat.
So we're having technical difficulties. Your mic's good. Yeah. Is my mic good?
You have to project.
Fortunately for all of you, my mic is working just perfect, right? Well, Mr. Karlowski, do you think that you could speak a little louder while Ms. Davids, maybe we can try this a second round to see if we can get this fixed? So I don't think we want to wait for an hour. And maybe, yeah.
Okay, hopefully this will work a little bit better.
Is that better? All right, good.
Rick Karlowski, 419 Virginia. I'm here today to, again, ask why we need to increase the revenue stream. I think there's an item on your agenda for a sidewalk millage proposal. It looks like we have a great, large cash account in this city, even over and above the charter recommendations. And yet, for reasons, which means that we are having revenues coming in far and above expenses, and yet we want to have increased revenue, again, for a service that realistically, in most better times, the city should be providing anyway. I mean, the sidewalks are not owned by the residents. They are city property. I certainly couldn't rip one out if I wanted to. So I don't understand why we have to we've already raised the millage administratively for stormwater runoff bond payment, because we didn't want to cover that from the revenue surplus that we have, obviously. And now we want to raise the millage again. I mean, this is like boiling a frog. You just do it a little bit at a time, and maybe nobody notices, but, you know, a mill here, a mill there, and before you know it, you're talking about real money. And if you have a halfway decent house in this town, 3 or 4 mills, oh, certainly, heck, two mills is going to be $500, $600 a year, right on top of that, plus whatever you get for interest for inflation over the time. So I don't understand why we need to raise taxes again. If we have more revenue coming in than we are spending, then maybe it's time to look at the budget and find out if we where our cash flow is, and if we need to put this into payment down of outstanding pensions, we can put it there. But just to keep it in cash and to keep raising revenues is completely ridiculous. Secondly, I was asked to, well, and I will agree with this, we had a little bit of a bunny problem, as in bunny mural problem on a railroad viaduct. I do not condone anybody beautifying someone else's property without permission, plain and simple. However, prosecuting the guy at a felony level is a little bit overkill too. Why don't we just give him a ticket, charge him for what it costs to pave over the mural and get on with it. I think it's a little bit of overkill and doesn't look good on our town that we're gonna push this to the limit, and then with so many other things going on that probably need to be pushed. Thank you.
Here, Mr. Karlowski.
Take a TV timeout.
Oh, take a TV timeout?
TV timeout, real quick.
All right. Thank you, Richard. I'll have to be frozen.
Nobody wants to be here. We're good.
Good?
Thank you.
All right.
Oh, sure.
Check, check. Can you guys hear me?
Hey.
Thank you very much.
Try the veal.
I think everybody applauses when Judy talks. I mean, it's just that charisma, let me tell you. All right. I see a hand in the back corner. Oh, well, you. Okay, you first, sir. Then Arv, you can come after.
My name is Tim Luke. I'm 305 Mount Vernon, first block, what we consider the east block. I'm a 25-year resident on Mount Vernon, and this is not my first time in front of you people for reasons that have been unbeknown to me that I got to continue paying for things. I'm here for my sidewalks, now we're up about the road. And ironically, I don't own the road, I don't own the sidewalks, and I've got to ask myself, if you put us in this position that we, as residents, when we ask for assistance to make decisions because they're forced upon us, when we go to Mr. Callahan and ask for information, that people like Miss Martin, Miss Martin and I went to high school together, have no idea what that road's going to look like when it's finished. And if anybody here was alive, or pardon me, if you were a resident when they did Lexington, they bulldozed the whole road. You're talking about bulldozing the middle median and the canopy of the whole street. You're changing the whole dimension of the street. But that information isn't provided to us when we ask for it. We had to go get an Information Act request. As a resident, I find that offensive. You stand up here and tell me we're best-in-class services, but yet as a resident, we have to go request information and then force you to give it to us. So we can make a decision to spend our money on a road we don't own. And yet you want us to make that decision. I have to tell you, it's frustrating beyond belief to stand up here. We have enough signatures that should tell you that 70% of the residents on the street do not want it paved. There's a reason for that. And you've heard it from everybody here. The road was good at one time. I live in my grandfather's house. I came here when I was 6 years old. That road was perfectly fine, and it was a good road. But it all comes back to the same same theme, is the city maintenance of the road. The burden partly falls to you, but you're putting the burden of cost onto us. I'd like you to consider that tonight. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Luke. Who's next? Ms. Harrison? Oh, wait, I think I had Arv next. Yeah, I'm sorry. Yeah, come on up. You're standing up.
Arvind Reddy. I live at 618 South Pleasant, and I just came to speak in favor of the transit proposal. I hope you'll adopt it to put on the ballot. I think it's good for like 4 main reasons I have. One is that younger people nowadays don't want to necessarily have cars if they can avoid it, and this would be a way to attract those people to our community. And it would also promote local businesses. So I often don't have a car because my girlfriend takes it to visit family. And that means I'm stuck here in town, so I spend all my money in town instead of driving other places. So I think it's good because this system is going to take us around our own town. So it's going to make it easier for us to spend money here. And it'll also reduce traffic and parking, which would be great for all of us. And the other thing is, I think for a lot of families, it could make it so that you only need 1 car instead of 2, which would be, really great. So I hope you'll adopt it and put it on. And I think it would be better if you did the no fare option, because I think not having, I don't often have cash, and I think a lot of people don't anymore. And not having the proper fare might reduce ridership. So, thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Reddy. Ms. Harrison?
Good evening. This is going to be 3 minutes and 5 seconds. I know most of Laura Harrison, 2729 Trafford Road. I know most of you are as giddy as kids who visit Disneyland for the first time in regard to the downtown redo. But in all this muster and bluster, you have forgotten the businesses that are already here, and some have been here for years. One bad experience for a visitor, not a resident, a visitor, to downtown Royal Oak, and that visitor will probably not be a revisitor. Downtown visitors and shoppers are the lifeblood of small business. Probably close to 50% of my bread and butter customers were Royal Oakers or Berkeleyites or others close by. But the other 50% came from Macomb County or Wayne County or Ann Arbor and even northern Michigan. I even had customers that came from Ohio. I find raising the prices on parking at this time a real slap in the face to the longtime customers downtown. But the story I read about on Facebook the other day was preposterous. There was a delivery being made to one of our small businesses by another small business supplier. She was delivering 2 boxes of merchandise and could only carry 1 box at the time. She dropped off 1 bag, excuse me, 1 box and went back to her car to get the second one. After she dropped off the second box, went back to her car, there was a city employee writing her a parking ticket. She explained she was leaving, but he didn't care and gave her the ticket anyway. Are you hired a PR firm at the cost of $70,000 to make the visitors feel good? What about the people who are already there 24/7, 52 weeks out of the year? What are they, chopped liver? Maybe the people at this table should take time out of your busy schedule and read some of the discussion on this communication tool founded by some guy named Zuckerberg. And while you're at it, get off your keister and visit the retailers, the few that are left. There's a lot more out there than beer and whiskey. I was a retailer downtown for 28 years, plus 6 more outside of downtown. While I was downtown, I loved every minute of it, even the downsides. I want the other retailers who had the guts to do it to be just as successful as I was. I'm selfish. I have 3 buildings that my husband and I own downtown and have since the 80s.
Ms. Harrison, I really do need you to finish
Okay,
up.
I'm done. And are all small, independent retailer occupied. We like it that way frequently, as my ex-late boss who taught me everything about the business would say often, bigger is not always better. He was so right.
All right, who's next? I see a hand way in the back.
Hi, my name is Deborah Barnett. I am from 716 Mount Vernon. I'm a first-time person in front of you and just a brand-new resident of Mount Vernon. Unfortunately, when I bought my house, 7 days later is when the big flood happened. So I was not in my house for 2 full years. And I'm now a little disappointed for the fact that they have now decided to talk about paving the road. Had I had this discussion with them and my realtor, I would have never moved. As my husband and I said when we found this house, it's a little piece of the country in the city. I do not use Royal Oak's services other than garbage and disposal. I don't use your school system. My kids go out of the school system because I'm a teacher, so they go to school with me. I tried Royal Oak, did not work well. They went back to St. Clair Shores with me. So when they started talking about this, I'm like, first of all, the taxes are high for me as it is, as a teacher. And then on top of it, to put the added expense of the road that I really don't want paved in the first place, I was annoyed. On top of that, I have a ginkgo tree in front of my house. And I don't know if you know anything about it, but it grows 1 foot per year. It is over 24 feet. So it has been there a long time. And of what I've been told, because of how close it is to the grate, you are going to knock down the 3 trees in front of my house. If I wanted that environment, I'd have moved to Troy. I don't want that environment. I came from Oak Park Boulevard. Mature trees, loved it. Huge backyard. Went to Royal Oak. Huge trees, big backyard. Do not want this road to be paved. I wasn't going to come. I apologize. I was going to go for a run, but something inside of me said, I have to voice it. So thank you for your time.
Thank you for coming out, Ms. Barnett. Who's next? See a hand right here? Is that, okay, I can't see very well. You got light shining in my eyes and, not in my eyes, but. Dr. Anderson? All right.
Nice to see all of you. Oh, that's not gonna work. I have a handout, a packet for each of you, and one for you as well. 8 copies there. And I'll tell you, I've practiced this several times, and I think it's close to the 3 minutes. We'll see. I'm Dr. Wallace Anderson, 404 Mount Vernon Boulevard, and I'm here to speak on agenda item number 10. First, I bring to your attention a change to the petitions for paving. 2 Mount Vernon homeowners on what we call the third block, the most western block, have submitted notarized rescissions of their support for paving just the third block, and one has also withdrawn support for paving all 3 blocks. Support for paving the westernmost block now stands at 43.2% rather than 51.6%, and those rescissions are in your packets that you're getting now. These rescissions were brought to the city clerk's office and the engineering department this afternoon. Second, I need to correct some content of the standard resolution 1 prepared by Mr. Callahan. First, the resolution complains that preparing 21 concrete paving petitions for the neighborhood has made much work for engineering and the DPS. And 21 petitions would indeed involve countless hours and be a very big burden. But I've lived at 404 Mount Vernon for 36 years, far longer than Mr. Callahan has been in the city's engineering department. I interacted with prior department heads Dick Cole and Eldon Danielson. The statement that 21 petitions have been created for paving distorts the number like at least fourfold or close to fourfold. As you can see from my handout, counting this year's 3 petitions, only 6 total petitions have actually come to us. Second, and one of those actually didn't come to you, the one in 2015. Second, the resolution states that, quote, the 2 petitions represent the first time in over 20 years that significant support for permanently paving this rotary has been garnered. Actually, the 2015 paving petition had 41.3%, and the 2018 petition has only 32%. Please see the charts on the top page of my handout for more detail. Finally, in the packet, you will see petitions signed by homeowners opposing paving. These are not official petitions because engineering only prepares support petitions. Not signing an official petition is, in effect, a no-pave vote. But many neighbors are uncomfortable with not having a direct vote against paving, so, as in 2015, I prepared no-pave petitions for Mount Vernon, Custer, and Washington. These petitions show 100% of the owners of side street frontage oppose paving, as do well over 60% of Mount Vernon owners. Neither of the Resolution 1 petitions has 50% homeowner support at this point. And we are not nearly as pestilential a group as Mr. Callahan's language implies. I don't think so. Far more than 50% of the homeowners, though, want desperately to preserve the park-like ambience of our 100-year-old 3-block unpaved boulevard.
Thank you. Who's next this evening? Yes, ma'am.
Hello, City Commission and Mayor. Thank you for having me. I'm at 618 Mount Vernon Boulevard. Janine Bucciarelli Krolikowski. The Bucciarelli is for my father, who is deceased now and gave almost 35 years to the city of Royal Oak as a firefighter lieutenant. First, I'd like to ask the commission to please not push forward Resolution 1, okay? To have the majority vote being so low, 33 as well as now 42 that Wally just brought up, clearly shows you that we are not, the majority is not there. When there is not enough funding for current road improvements that come down the pipe, and the commission has to go through their budget and ask the city, Royal Oak residents, for more money, because there's just not enough money when this millage is over to fix the improved roads that need to be repaired. Let it be known that the Royal Oak residents are going to say to themselves, if you push this forward, man, $101.5 million was spent to finish a road, pave it, and the majority didn't even want it. That certainly, to me, is not fiscally responsible in my book. I had to for you a drawing, a CAD drawing of this road, because I'd asked 4 times for it and was not given it. I FOIA'd it, I got it, I have the plans here. The plans that Mr. Callahan calls preliminary are quite extensive, probably a good 100 hours worth of work. If you'd like to look at it, feel free. My husband will explain what's on it a little bit more. I also have a hand-sketched by Matt Callahan himself, showing, if you take it from a surveyed sidewalk, 10 feet for the easement, 21-foot lane, then that leaves us with 10 feet for a boulevard. We were told 13. Now have you? He comes back and he says to me, well, what we'll do is we'll go into the green roll. That's the 10 feet here. Now, we're already going to cut back 2 feet. I have it in writing for him, for our forms and the concrete. Now he's going to take another 3 feet off by taking that footage off of this 10 feet. I went down the road today. That'll take out 68 trees. They'll die. There'll be nothing there. You've got 72 feet from sidewalk to sidewalk, okay? I don't care how you do the math. You've got 5 feet of sidewalk, you have 10 feet frontage, you have a 21-foot lane, road, that leaves you with a 10-foot boulevard. Now if he's going to cut back even further, 3 feet into our 10-foot easement, take a ride down Mount Vernon Boulevard, please, and take your measuring tape. This engineering is not difficult. It's not my husband and I have a company. It's a corporation. It's engineering. We do it on the side as well as work outside the house. Okay? This is not difficult engineering, I'm telling you. My husband's got 40 years of experience. He's a civil structural engineer. He's got our company has 18 licenses, one of which is in Canada, a PENG, if Matt would know, he would know that. Okay, with this, we are telling you this is not difficult engineering. This is simple. But my God, if you can't get the measuring right, we got some concerns. We do not support pavement, okay? My theory has been, if the majority is there, my husband and I are on board. We're all for the democracy, the great democracy we live in. But not when there's not a majority, and for Pete's sakes, not to show the city people of Royal Oak that we're going to spend $1.5 million or more on a road that has no majority. It's just ludicrous. I would like to ask Matt Callahan, if he's a wonderful engineer he is, fix our dirt road. We can fix that dirt road. We can recrown it. It can be beautiful. The water will shed off of it. It's been done before. It's done in Troy. It's done in Oakland County and in Bloomfield Hills. I thank you for this, and I ask him if he can do it, if he's that great, fix the road. Thank you.
Yes, sir.
This on the petition for the paved road. My name's Anthony Krolikowski. That was my wife. 618 Mount Vernon. As she said, she gave my resume. I'm a professional engineer, Buku states in Canada. 40 years of design experience and also 15 years as a project manager. I'm certified PMP and everything else, so I come with a lot of engineering. I did take some time to study the drawings, which we have here. I won't spread it out, but anyways, the cost estimate, the sketch that the city engineer provided in the petition, and then based on that, I came up to certain findings that I think you might be interested in. First of all, I think the city engineer did a very good job on the design drawings and the estimates. They're very detailed. There's a lot of good information. I think he broke things down. And I think it's, as my wife mentioned, there's a lot of hours probably spent in this proposal. The scope is basically 72 feet wide by 800 feet long, sidewalk to sidewalk. And that's what you really discover when you look at the drawing itself to see how large of a scope that it really is. Custer to the park. The cross-section, as according to the drawing, It's 10 feet long, 21-foot road, 10-foot boulevard, 21-foot road, and 10-foot lawn, and it comes up to 72 feet total. What really is shown on here, they are talking about removing, they show 7, but there are actually 8 maple trees. Huge maple trees are going to be cut down in this proposal. They're 6 to 8 feet in diameter. They're well over 100 years old. I mean, these things are going to be cut down, and that's part of the plan that was proposed. They're so huge, I guess you couldn't, if you're going to put pavement in there, you have no choice to do that. All the concrete aprons are going to be replaced. The dead end is going to be paved 60 feet by 62 feet. It's going to be a parking lot at the end of the road. The entire area, based on the estimation, is going to be excavated and graded. Again, they reference a 2-foot construction area, excavated the sides of the road. So we got the road, and you got to excavate on top of it. This leaves a very small section for the boulevard. The dirt road is actually older than the city. The dirt road is actually 103 years old. And the dirt road came out in July 14th, 1915. The city was incorporated, I think, December 12th, 1921. So it gives some history of what's going on. Keep in mind, some of the first houses that were built had carriage houses for horse and buggies, okay? Imagine the first vehicle that was crossing that road was horse and buggies.
Mr. Krolikowski, I do need you to finish your last thought there.
Okay, I'm sorry. Anyways, in conclusion, I didn't think it was going to be, anyways, the canopy is going to be gone. We're going to lose a lot of trees, 54 or so. It's going to change the entire view, and just like everybody was talking about. And thank you for your time.
Thank you, Mr. Krolikowski. Anybody else here to speak tonight? I see a hand back there.
Good evening, Mayor Fournier and honorable commissioners. My name is Soren Anderson. I live at 404 Mount Vernon Boulevard. You've heard from my wife more than once. You have heard a lot of left-brain discussion about the road on Mount Vernon Boulevard. I'm going to give you a little bit of right-brain thought. I live on a corner lot. It has no privacy fences. Our lot is 100 feet wide by 250 feet long. And I do my own lawn mowing, I do my own lawn work and yard work. So I'm out there a lot. I have a chance to observe a lot of people, probably more than I should. I could probably get my work done faster if I did less observing. I have great powers of observation, and I also have the opportunity to observe. And here's what I note. We have a lot of people from outside our neighborhood who come to walk in our neighborhood, to walk on our street, or to take their bicycles on our street. They like, apparently, the fact that we offer something that's quiet with an abundance of mature trees. I'm afraid that if the plan to pave Mount Vernon Boulevard goes on and is approved, we will lose our park-like ambience, and instead we will be closer to a parking lot. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Anderson. Mr. Wolf.
Ron Wolf, 333 North Troy Street. Just a little side note, when I came to Royal Oak, it reminded me when I was a kid in Brooklyn, and Brooklyn was famous for trees. Unfortunately, Dutch elm wiped out most of them. Now, on the buses, I'm for the Regional Transit Authority. I don't know if you go turn on the news every night, but you hear about someone being killed by an unlicensed driver, uninsured driver. The reason they got so many of these uninsured, unlicensed drivers is they don't have buses for them. So let's be a little more unselfish and think of people that need transit to their jobs. Now, as far as our own busing system, Mr. Bulgy, I believe, has an ulterior motive. He sells bonds for the state. I mean, he's on the board of the bonding. He isn't exactly the salesman, but he's pushing the bonding for your so-called bus system, which I think is ludicrous. And I think a regional transit system, we do need that so people can get from city to city. But Royal Oak doesn't need any more buses. All right, now, parking structure. First I want to say this. I'm kind of a bit of a poet here. And I say the sidewalks and roads to hell are paved with our taxes, your good intentions, and Royal Oak's trees are providing the fuel. Parking structure in the farmers market, by the way, I'm for it. It will save the farmers market. Now, one thing I want to bring up is I don't know why the city agreed to not reserve parking spaces for office and restaurant workers, but they reserve them for Bogie and Etkin. It doesn't seem fair. I emphasize, no visitors would look to park on the upper floors, and obviously some spaces must be reserved for handicapped on the lower floors. My suggestion is to reserve the upper floors on both structures for monthly parking passes for workers, whether it is office or restaurant. This is imperative if you want to encourage new businesses, such as the owner of the Astoria restaurant, who's frustrated because he wants to put in a Greek restaurant, and he's very well known in Greektown. He's an innovator. He brought in he helped bring in outside seating. And he's a very good, nice gentleman, and I think it's highly unfair to give Bogie Group and Etkin reserved spaces and not him. All right, thank you very much.
Thank you, Mr. Wolf. Anybody else here to speak at public comment tonight? Oh, I think the race was for the hand in the back. Yes, sir. You had the quick draw.
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, distinguished council members. My name is Dave Smith. I'm at 322 West 13 Mile, Royal Oak. That's the corner of Washington and 13 Mile, currently a dirt road that leads directly to Mount Vernon. I'm here to express also, as my distinguished neighbors did, that not in favor of paving Mount Vernon in any way or the side roads of Custer, excuse me, and Washington, the road that I border, which also is apparently under the threat for sidewalks, which may be why I look familiar, because I've been here before to speak on that topic. I don't have much else to say other than these are not necessary and these are not improvements. As predecessors said, we sought out this neighborhood for the lack of paving, for the lack of sidewalks, for the abundance of trees, for the unique qualities found in certain pockets throughout Royal Oak. I was born and raised in Royal Oak, again, graduate of the Royal Oak High School, Don Darrow. And I would like to see it maintained that way. And again, I'm not in favor of paving Mount Vernon. Thank you.
Thank you, Mr. Smith. Yes, sir.
Good evening. My name is Jeff Zaboral. I reside at 205 Mount Vernon Boulevard with my wife and my 10-year-old daughter and 8-year-old son. We are also against paving. I have been actively involved with the road discussion since we moved in 2005. And to my knowledge, there has never been a petition that's been established asking homeowners to specifically vote no against paving to reasons that were discussed earlier. So I think it's important for the commission to consider the fact that the majority of homeowners on Mount Vernon are against paving. The 40% that are for it, I've talked to a lot of neighbors. We have a very friendly neighborhood. We get along with all of our neighbors. In talking to those individuals, the only reason that they are pro-paving is because of the cost share option that is available. They would rather pay 50% now than the city to dictate that our road be paved and pay 100% of the costs when that resolution ends or when the city comes in and says, we're going to pave it regardless of what the homeowners think. So I bet if you polled the entire neighborhood, 90% would be against it, even if the city picked up 100% of the costs. We just do not want a paved street in our neighborhood. We're worried about the trees. My kids, who interestingly are the ones that convinced us, they came up to me and said, Dad, we don't want it paved. We like the dirt roads. We don't like having hundreds of cars coming down 35, 40 miles an hour, using our street to cut through to 13 Mile, which will happen when the bike lanes are established, because there will be traffic backup from Maine all the way to Normandy. So there will be a lot of people that cut through Mount Vernon to go to Washington to get to 13 Mile. So we as homeowners do not want it for safety. For the tree canopy that was mentioned, we bought in Royal Oak. Our lot is 100 by 280. It's a large lot. That is why we bought in Royal Oak. The last thing we want is an old house. Our house was built in 1919. Have an old house and a brand new neighborhood, because that is what's going to happen. Everything will be bulldozed. They'll be replaced with 4-foot trees. It'll take 25 years to get back to where we are now. That's the reason all of us homeowners bought in that neighborhood, because it is so unique. So I would sincerely ask the commission to consider respecting the homeowners on Mount Vernon and side with us and vote no on the paving. Thank you.
Thank you. Who's next? Yes, sir.
Good evening, Mayor and Commission. Randy Vesper, 425 Mount Vernon. We're relatively new to I'm going to call it the Mount Vernon debacle. We moved in 2011. My wife's a lifelong resident of Royal Oak. I did not grow up in this area. I actually grew up in an area where most of the roads were dirt. The difference was they were maintained and taken care of. I've tried to listen to both sides of it. We are in favor of paving due to the condition of the road. It's horrendous. Back in 2015, a 16-year-old girl on her way to Royal Oak High School got stuck on Washington, just south of Mount Vernon, and because of the condition of the road, she was in a Ford F-150. The way I see it, the residents, can't come to an agreement to pave or not to pave, and the city's abandoned the road. I mean, they grade when we complain enough. I think it probably could be fixed, but I don't think that's going to happen because I think the city wants it paved. So at this point, I would like to take part in the cost share option and get it done because I don't see it being fixed the way it's supposed to be. It is your road. It's a city road. I get emails saying, we have to contact this person if we want the road graded or if we have a road issue. I do not participate in paying for the dust abatement because it's a city road. I shouldn't have to. It's not an association road. It's a city road. We shouldn't be paying extra on top of what we already pay to maintain it. So at this point, we're in favor of taking part in the cost share option and getting it paved. And I think with the third block, people have mentioned it before, they don't trust the city. I'm too new to this to trust or not trust. We came in after the chip seal. But if the third block does go through, which, they came to an agreement, that's what they want, then the city has a big opportunity here to do what they say they're going to do it right, stick to the cost, and get it done. So, thank you.
Thank you. Anybody else here to speak tonight at public comment? Going once, going twice, last chance. Okay, we're going to bring the meeting back up here. Appreciate everyone taking the time to come out tonight and express your thoughts and views on so many topics, especially the folks on Mount Vernon. That concludes public comment. We will have some time open again for the public hearing specifically to the Hyatt Place request for a transfer of a liquor license. This brings us to item number 7, which is the approval of the agenda. Ms. Macy?
Approval of the agenda?
We have a motion by Commissioner Macy. We have a second by Commissioner Dubuck. Is there any discussion? With none, I'll call for the vote. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed? Motion passes. All right. We have an agenda. That brings us to item number 8, which is the consent agenda. Commissioner Lavasser?
I would like item I to be removed from the consent agenda.
Item I, request to set public hearing to vacate rights-of-way for new city hall. Does anybody else want to remove anything from the consent agenda? Okay, so we have a consent agenda which consists of City Commission special meeting minutes from May 15th and 23rd. We have City Commission meeting minutes from June 11th, claims June 19th and 22nd, approval of purchase orders, declaration and disposal of surplus property, renewal of Michigan Municipal Risk Management Authority, public library request to fill position, award of contract S1802 2018 sewer lining, request for sidewalk cafe licenses for Michigan Healthy LLC, DBA Freshie, and request for sidewalk cafe license Hookah Joe, as well as approval of site agreement Sprint Sell on Wheels 2018 Woodward Dream Cruise. Is there a motion for that consent agenda? Commissioner Douglas?
So moved.
A motion by Commissioner Douglas. Is there a second? Second by Commissioner Dubak. Discussion? With none, I'll call for the vote. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed? Consent agenda passes. Which brings us to item number I, formerly on the consent agenda, request to set public hearing to vacate rights-of-way for new city hall. Commissioner Lavasser.
Thank you very much. Before we consider this, I'd like to get a little bit more feedback from Mr. Johnson or other staff as to what's going on here, why we're doing this at this time. Is this a change from what we had originally anticipated for our city hall project?
Mr. Twing will report on this.
Mayor,
basically, you can't build a building across the property line, and each one of these right-of-ways would represent a property line. In that they're public rights-of-way, they're the property line of the adjacent parcel. So the new City Hall building would cross two of these specifically, one being a portion of 2nd Street and the other one being Hamilton Court. As well as part of that, the thought was to simply deal with the other two rights-of-way that are public alleys. Because at the end of the day, what we want to create is one parcel that encompasses the new police building, the farmer's market, the new city hall, and the courthouse on a single parcel rather than the 8 or 10 parcels that are over there now. It takes away the issue of building code requirements and separations and building across properties and tracking separate parcels. So it's really a cleanup effect. It's not, doesn't have anything to do with changing the plans for the police building or city hall. It's an underlining function to clean it up before we get the building permits.
There's been a lot of talk in the community about the location of the city hall and perhaps that's needed to be moved somewhat because of some environmental issues in that area. Is that part of this? Is that something you can elaborate on?
I don't believe there's any environmental issues that's impacting City Hall. There were test wells dropped in order to determine whether there were geothermal was potential. Those test wells did detect at some 500 feet down or 300 feet down some methane. So it was quite a distance down. But it had nothing to do with the police building location or foundations for City Hall or those sorts of things. The police building was located so that we didn't have to touch stormwater detention that's already in part of the parking lot, as well as putting some parking on the south side of the building to add some additional parking. So it had to do more with the existing stormwater and maximizing parking availability as far as how City Hall got placed.
Right,
And it crosses, if I had to draw in, it crosses what is Hamilton Court. The very southern red outline is technically Hamilton Court. The one just south of the farmer's market is technically an extension of 2nd Street. And again, part of that was City Hall was moving, I think, to the southern portion of that. And again, rather than leaving it in place and dealing with a property line issue, we wanted to get to one parcel.
Just so I can understand, the location of City Hall is not being affected by the methane found?
Commissioner Lavasser, just to remind you, this is a request to set a public hearing to vacate the rights-of-way of New City Hall.
No.
So I think we're getting a little bit off topic. If we can direct your questions specifically to the request to vacate.
It's not being impacted by it, but I guess.
And this vacation of these areas, would this have been always anticipated? Is there a reason we didn't do it prior to this time?
I don't think there's any particular reason when you do it. It wasn't a factor because there was no building occurring there, no structures being put up. It was simply parking lots since the properties have been acquired. There wasn't any need to, because the property line issue really comes up when you're trying to put a structure up.
Thank you.
Commissioner Douglas?
Mr. Twing, can we assume that you did have to take a similar action along Hamilton Court when the courthouse was built?
Well, Hamilton Court is still south of the building. I believe there might have been an action regarding Second Street, but I don't recall.
But you probably dealt with some of these right-of-way issues because then you were building a building and that was when it bubbled up to the surface.
You'll recall, I think at the last meeting, you set a public hearing to vacate some of the easements out in front here.
Right.
Because we had some easements left out in front of City Hall for the Bogey building and the parking deck. And we set a hearing, I believe, the last meeting to get rid of those.
Thanks.
Commissioner DeBuck?
I'll move for the resolution to set the July 23rd public hearing.
Motion by Commissioner DeBuck. Is there a second? Second by Commissioner. I think I got Commissioner Macy.
Okay.
She's quick. There's some quick draws going on here tonight. Discussion? Commissioner Paruch?
Just really quickly, so that we don't set off a world of panic when somebody hears the word methane. As Mr. Twing described, what the borings were done back in the corner of the parking lot was to test for the practicality and feasibility of doing geothermal heating in both the police station and the city hall. The borings that are done in order to determine whether or not you can hit geothermal sufficiency are 5-10 times deeper than what normal borings are. Royal Oak was built on a swamp, and you have down 500 feet decomposing swamp material, and there will be methane. Chances are, no matter where you would put a boring that deep down in this part of the city, you will hit some concentrations of methane. That's just a natural process. That doesn't mean that they're sitting on contaminated soil or that they're sitting on contaminated land or, people shouldn't be living there or people shouldn't be working there. That's a natural phenomenon of what's happening way, 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 way down underneath, which is where you would tap into for geothermal heating. But since they hit methane and they don't want methane going up in the geothermal tubes, we can't do geothermal heating because that's what's down there. But to suggest in any way that it's contaminated or that the building has to be moved, that's not what we're talking about here. There's no reason for concern whatsoever.
And if you go down really deep, you'll hit liquid magma.
Well, yeah, that too.
Or China.
Or China. But when you live in Royal Oak, you go that deep and you're gonna hit swamp gas. That's just the way it is. That's it.
Any other discussion? Commissioner Gibbs?
If we are going to be, or we will be setting a public hearing for this, would it be possible for the city manager or the project manager or to provide the methane tests so that we have an actual, at least PDF version of the test so that we can see the results?
They've been requested.
Okay, thank you.
Any other discussion? We have a motion on the table. I'll call for the vote. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed?
Nay.
Motion passes. All right. So we got through the consent agenda. We got through item number I from the consent agenda, which brings us to item number 9, the Michigan Liquor Control Commission licensed establishments request. Will commence with sub-item A, which is the Hyatt Place public hearing on request to transfer new Class C resort license. Chief O'Donohue.
Mayor, City Commission, we have a request from Trailhead RO LLC to transfer the ownership and location of a resort Class C liquor license with a dance permit from Clay Township to 422 North Main. They also were requesting to reclassify that to a resort B hotel license and cancel the existing SDM license. They're also seeking Sunday sales permit, new entertainment permit, and a new specific permit for food and registration of guests. The applicants will be doing business as Hyatt Place. Trailhead is owned by Trailhead RO Lodging, which includes Versa Holdings V LLC. There are 4 individuals with over 10% indirect interest in Trailhead: Akram Namu, George Anton, Mike Bacall, and Basil Bacall. The applicants purchased the land in 2014, began construction last year, and they're using a combination of personal funds and a loan from Fifth Third Bank to finance this. The applicants have been actively involved in the hotel business for many years and have vast experience operating establishments dating back to 1992. Mr. Namu currently has 56 hotels in Ohio, Michigan, and Indiana. George Anton has 1 hotel license, 2 STD, SDM licenses, and 2 inactive hotel licenses. Mike Bacall has 12 current hotels in Michigan, 1 with a Class C, 1 with an SDM, and Basil Bacall has 1. Mr. Namu has had a number of violations, but it's really a small amount considering the vast number of properties he owns. He also has a pending violation from the MLCC from an incident in April of 2017 at the Wyndham Garden Hotel and Conference Center in Ann Arbor. He allowed a private company to rent his entire premise and host a private party. Although it was a private party and the event was not open to the general public, some of the activity was in violation of MLCC rules. The applicant does continue to host these parties, but will just put his license in escrow so he can avoid the MLCC regulations. We've contacted Lieutenant Renee Bush of the Ann Arbor Police Department. They confirmed the pending violation, although they characterized the Wyndham as a well-run hotel without any nuisance violations or repeated problems. They are okay with the arrangement of putting the license in escrow. Ann Arbor Police Department is. I won't get into detail. I won't read this whole memo to you, but moving forward, if approved, it'll operate as a full-service hotel with 123 guest rooms, including food and alcohol service and a banquet area. They'll have 6 stories with a bar, dining area, registration, banquet area on the 1st floor, and hotel rooms on the 3rd through 6th floors. The 2nd floor will not be licensed and will be leased to a future unrelated tenant. Food service hours will be between 6 a.m. and 2 a.m. Alcohol service will begin at 7 a.m. with last call at 1:30 and last alcohol service at 1:45. There will be no room service offered. The applicants anticipate the food sales and alcohol sales basically to break down to 6% food, 5% alcohol, 89% room sales. Total approximate square feet for the proposed licensed premises will be 75,000. The proposed seating in the 1st floor customers will be for 223 patrons, including 11 seats at the bar. We provided a breakdown of those, but final capacities will be set by the police department. The Hyatt also may offer occasional entertainment such as DJ or band, as well as a portable dance floor in the banquet area. The applicants have agreed to sign and strictly adhere to the city's entertainment and dance agreements. The applicant is also agreeing to sign an agreement which will prevent him from temporarily putting his license in escrow. This agreement will ensure the applicant is accountable at all times to all MLCC rules and his locally approved plan of operation. The Royal Oak Police Department does not approve this request, does not oppose this request, sorry. If approved, sorry to scare you, if approved, the applicants will have to comply with all planning, zoning, building requirements and restrictions. This requires city commission approval. I would point out there is an area to the south, connected to the building just south, that is going to be the site of a future restaurant, which will have they're going to come back and request an additional liquor license for that.
Any questions for the chief? No questions. Well, before we open up the public hearing, let's hear from the petitioners, if they're so willing. Ms. Allen?
Good evening, Mr. Mayor, members of the City Commission. My name is Kelly Allen. I'm here tonight on behalf of Royal Oak Trailhead LLC. This is Akram Nemo. He is the majority owner of actually the holding company that owns the applicant company. The chief did an excellent job, and I want to thank Lieutenant Moore as well for the in-depth analysis that they always do, and in getting in touch with all of the other municipalities that they have businesses in, providing you with the best and greatest information that you can about your applicants. Now, most of you have seen renderings that this came all the way through planning and through various hearings. I do have pictures if you want to see them. If you don't mind, I'd like to give them to Ms. Haas and then pass them out. So this is exactly what Royal Oak needs, is a first-class hotel, which will enable the people that come to your city to have a nice place to stay with all the amenities that most cities have that have such a vibrant downtown. It is a Hyatt place. It is a franchised hotel. Mr. Nemo and his partners are required to operate under the franchise agreement that they have with the Hyatt Place hotels. I don't know if you've ever stayed at one, but there are, and many of the Hyatts are in college towns or in downtowns, and if you take a look at the pictures I've given you, the rooms are spectacular, the conference rooms are spectacular, the outdoor rendering is very, very beautiful. Their target date is, that's why you scared me, Chief, they really would like to get open by the end of August, beginning of September. So we are cruising right along with the Michigan Liquor Control Commission. We should have approval from them very shortly. We would have been able to do a conditional license with the commission, meaning having a license in 4 weeks or so. However, there's a church across the street, so we had to get through that hurdle. By the way, the church provided a letter to Liquor Control saying they have no objection to the licensing of this hotel. So we are here tonight asking for your approval of the plan of operation. Of course, Mr. Namo is here to answer any questions that you have. He brought with him tonight Tiffany Trapani, who is his general manager, and also his son Darren, who works on the corporate side of things. And we'd be happy to answer any questions that you or any members of the audience may have.
Questions? Commissioner Dubak, question?
I guess I'm just curious, do you anticipate this restaurant bar being a place frequented mostly by guests, or do you find in your other hotels that the surrounding neighborhood and residents of Royal Oak would also?
Specifically by guests.
Okay.
I mean, I don't think anybody from outside, I mean, from my experience and perceptions, maybe 1 or 2% from outside, but the majority are from the residents or the guests of the hotel. This is done for the convenience of the guests of the hotel. Gotcha. And it's required by the franchise. It's not, it's required to have that by the franchise agreement.
Okay.
But really, almost, I would say 100% by the guests of the hotel.
Okay, thank you.
I think I saw Commissioner Gibbs and then Commissioner Paruch.
Quick question. You said August or September 2018 or 19?
18.
Okay.
Well, I mean, can I just, we have two folds. We have the hotel and we have the apartments next door. And we have a parking structure right at the back, which is catering for our, basically the hotel and the apartments. So our targeted opening date for the hotel is mid-September of 18.
Okay.
Hopefully very shortly. And our targeted opening for the apartments is April to May of 19.
Okay, okay. And the parking structure?
Will be done.
I don't recall seeing the parking structure, only.
Back.
Okay, and maybe I couldn't see it
Yeah,
because.
yeah, it's at the
Okay.
back.
It's short. It's not real tall.
Okay, thank you.
And that parking structure is specifically for our guests and, of course, the apartment residents.
And it'll be large enough for apartments and for hotels?
Oh, yeah, it's already been calculated and
Okay.
approved.
Okay, I thought I recalled it, but I needed a refresher, thank you.
Commissioner Paruch?
One of the lines in the report says that alcohol service will be limited to the first floor of the building and hotel guests will not be offered room service.
Yes.
Any room service at all, period, or just alcohol room service? Is this
Really,
pretty typical?
The Hyatt franchise or the Hyatt hotels do not offer food room service for food or liquor.
Okay,
Just no food.
no room service,
No
period.
room service. If they want to come, they come down to the bar.
Okay, thank you.
Any other questions? I think we got a pretty thorough
Thank you.
explanation, so thank you. Thank you for coming out tonight. All right, so we're going to open up the public hearing. Same rules apply that did with public comment, so we're open. Who's first? Mr. Wolf, is that an affirmative wave, or are we just saying hi?
I have questions. Please tell me exactly where is this located again? Where will this be located?
This is going to be on the corner of, it's the building that's erected on Main and 11 on the northeast side.
Main and 11.
Yeah, right next to Barton Towers.
Building.
You're not, wait a minute. This is our host. I thought this was something out of the sky. Okay, because it's halfway built out there. No way it could, okay. All right.
Cranes? Yeah,
I just thought maybe this was something that landed out of the sky or something. Okay, I'm fine with it. Thank you.
Okay,
And
thank you.
I'm glad to hear it's going to open soon. We're all glad.
Thank you,
Thank
Mr.
you.
Wolf. All right, anybody else here to speak at public comment? All right, we're going to bring the meeting back up here. I guess we'll open it up to any additional questions to either the chief or the petitioner. If not, I'll entertain a motion. Commissioner Paruch.
I'll move approval of this plan of operation.
Second. Motion by Commissioner Paruch, second by Commissioner Dubak. Discussion. Commissioner Dubak?
This is very exciting. This is a long time coming. We've been talking about the need for a nice hotel in our city since long before I was at this table, and how to make it happen, and finally it's happened, and this gets us one step closer and open this fall. Hooray. So, wish you great success.
Any other discussion? I'll just echo those comments. I mean, it's been a long time coming, a long time planning. We're happy that, this is coming to fruition. All the hard work of past and present parties, have gotten us to a point where we do have a wonderful hotel, flagship hotel coming in. And it's great that this commission can take all the credit for all your hard work. So really appreciate that. So if there's not any further discussion, I'll call for the vote. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed? Motion passes unanimously. Congratulations, gentlemen, and keep up the good work. Thank you.
This will be an icon of Royal Oak.
I guarantee that too. Okay, this brings us to item number B of agenda item 9, which is Union Brewery request to amend the plan of operation. Chief.
Mayor, City Commission, we have a request from Union Brewery located at 419 South Main to make a somewhat minor change to their plan of operation, including the name change and menu change. They are requesting to add a Goji Soul Kitchen, which will be an Asian food concept with small plates, shareable bowls, salad, and to drop the Bastogne name. The hours of operation and floor plan and existing seating will not change. The remaining format for Craft and Jolly Pumpkin will not change. This is a well-run establishment. We have no objection to this change.
Any questions for the chief? Okay, is the petitioner here this evening? Ms. Allen?
Mr. Mayor, members of the City Commission, I'm here tonight on behalf of the Union Brewery folks. They are not here this evening because they're all working all over the state of Michigan. As the chief indicates, this is just really a change of menu and change of name, and we're hopeful that you will approve it. They've hired some authentic Korean folks to operate the place, and it's been written up in some of the newspapers, and the food sounds really great.
Any questions for Ms. Allen? No questions? Okay. There's no public hearing scheduled for this change of plan of operation request, so we won't be having a public hearing. So if there's no discussion, I'll entertain a motion. Commissioner Paruch?
I will move the approval of this change.
We have a motion by Commissioner Paruch, second by Commissioner Douglas. Discussion? All right, I'll just add, I think this sounds great. Love to see new concepts come into Royal Oak and help create a diversified selection of food to spend money on and gain pounds on, so, which I'm pretty good at these days. All right, I'll call for the vote. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed? Motion passes. We're good to go, Ms. Allen. All right. That brings us to item number 10, Standard Resolution 1, Special Assessment Paving of Mount Vernon Boulevard. We'll have Mr. Callahan kick this one off.
Yes, good evening, Mayor and Commissioners. Residents of Mount Vernon, Kim Martin, had requested 2 different petitions from us. She returned both of those petitions. Initially, as your commission letter reads, she had petition signatures to pave just the block that she lives on, which is the westernmost block of Mount Vernon. It had 51.6% in favor. Just today received 2 property owners signing affidavits withdrawing their support, which lowered it to 43.2% in favor. The second petition was to pave all 3 blocks of Mount Vernon from Main Street to the dead end, and that was petition signatures in favor at 33%, and with the single property owner rescinding their petition on that one, came down to 32% in favor for just the 3 blocks. Right now, the city is going to be, with the millage incentive to pave this road. If we were to pave just the 3 blocks of Mount Vernon, we'd be covering about 54% of the cost. And if we did 3 blocks plus Mount Vernon and Custer, we estimated that at 57%. But right now, if for just the westernmost block, we're just covering 50% if we were to go forward with that particular street. I would add that in my commission letter, we did 21 petitions that I counted over the last, since 2000, for this particular neighborhood. That's not just for Mount Vernon, but it's for the other streets as well. We believe that gravel roads are a drain in our resources. We estimate, DPS estimated, that we've spent over $100,000 over the last 20 years on Mount Vernon, Washington, and Custer. It's taking money away from other streets in our city. And Mount Vernon gets a disproportionately large portion of that money just because it's a boulevard. We don't have any other unpaved roads that are boulevards in our city. This is the first time we actually had petitions that were turned in with significant support, and significant being 32 or 43%. I added at the bottom of my commission letter that in the past, it has been the practice to accept petitions when there's 50% or more, but as this is the first time that we've gotten one turned in and brought to the commission, 50% is not a rule that the commission has to stand by. They could take less if they wanted to and move forward with this. At this time, there's 2 special assessment Standard Resolution 1. Standard Resolution 1 just starts the process. It accepts that you accept the petition, whichever one you want to decide on, and it moves forward to have detailed plans and cost estimates put together. But as you heard earlier from some of the residents, we've put together a fairly detailed cost estimate based on the preliminary plans that we drew up in a computer.
Questions for Mr. Callahan? Commissioner Douglas.
When did we pave Lexington? And how did that go? Because as I look at images of Lexington, we maintained the median on the boulevard and installed, paving and curbs. How'd that work out for you?
It happened before I started working here. So I started in 1996. I understand it was either in the early 90s or late 80s.
Ah, okay.
Commissioner Lavasser?
I'm not done.
Sorry.
Commissioner Paruch, do you remember that?
Out of order. Out of order.
I'll forgive you this time. It happened, my recollection is that it happened just after I left, and I left in 93.
Okay.
Eons ago.
Sorry, Didn't mean to put you on the spot.
That's okay.
That's all.
It has always been a contentious issue in that neighborhood. This was not, I mean, they acknowledge here that there were petitions circulated in the 90s. There were also petitions in circulation in the 70s and in the 80s. I mean, it's been going on for quite some time. This is probably the 12th time that I've looked at something like this. So, but to your direct question, Lexington, I think, occurred just after I left.
Thank you.
Commissioner Lavasser? Mr. Callahan, I believe you mentioned $100,000. What was that time period again?
Back in 2001, when there was petitions circulating to chip seal the road, we did a fairly large table with different paving options for the road, and one of those scenarios was how much money we spent maintaining the road. Now, at that time, there were more DPS staff, and we actually did the dust control was included in that, but now we have less staff, and we've eliminated the dust control, but prices have gone up significantly. So at that time, it was about more than $5,000 a year to maintain Mount Vernon, Washington, and Custer. So you multiply 20 years.
Okay.
It was going on before 2001.
Okay, so it's essentially $5,000 per year to maintain is what I'm hearing.
Mm-hmm.
All right, and I presume you heard some of the commentary about, from the residents saying, hey, it really needs a little bit more maintenance. Have we been not doing the $5,000, or is there something additional that is needed here?
Well, I would have to defer to how the DPS manages their maintenance of the gravel road, because it's not done by my department. But I'm guessing that they're spending right around that amount to grade the road the 2 times a year that they do it, and including the times when they get calls about potholes or ruts, and they go out and spread more material down and level that out to fill in the low points.
Okay, and what I'm trying to get at is to properly maintain it. The question is whether $5,000 gets the job done, or if there's some other number needed there to get the job done.
And that would be something we could ask DPS, if you wanted to do more with this road, how much would you recommend spending?
Okay, the cost to pave this area, and I presume the $5,000 is for the entire 3 blocks of Mount Vernon?
Yes.
All right, is that including Custer as well, or in the unpaved? All right.
Yeah, and those are, like I said, 2001 costs.
Okay, 2001 costs, so it could be more than that, probably is a bit more than that, but that gives us a feel for what those numbers are. What is the cost that we're looking at total to pave this? The city cost?
Which I can.
Well, let's say the whole.
I can tell you the first one, the first petition, just to pave the dead end block is going to cost, hold on a second here, on a bunch of these petitions, and the property owners were given these petitions. I thought we gave a total cost, I'm sorry. Oh wait, yes I do. So, to pave the single block is gonna cost $466,900 some odd dollars. It's 1 block.
Okay, and I'm sorry, that's the total amount or the city's portion?
That's the total amount. The city's portion, the resident portion is 206 and 1,853. The city's portion is the same amount plus the cost of the intersection of 53,000, because the city always picks up the cost of the intersections.
All right, so using my very modest math abilities, it's like 40 years times 5,000, or give or take, before we break in even, so to speak, on that. Okay. Is there, do
you want the cost for the whole road?
I think I'm good right now.
Okay.
Thank you. Are there storm drains on Mount Vernon right now?
Yes, there are.
Okay. All right. Can you give us a little history on the city cost sharing with regard to paving of roads?
Up until the millage was passed, the policy the city passed in 1958 says that for properties that front on a road, whose address is on a road and the front of their house is on that road, the city pays 0. If you are on a corner, the city will pay 50% of the first 150 feet and 0 of the remaining portion over 150 feet. So people on Mount Vernon, like on the corner of Custer, they've got 250 foot, 2-foot deep lots. The city would pay 50% of the first 150 feet, and the remaining 102 feet, they pay 100% of.
That's just up the
Side of
side
their-
street.
Just on the side, if their house doesn't front on Custer, but if it fronts on Mount Vernon.
This is based on the policy from, I believe you said the 1950s?
1950s, yes.
Okay. And, but that's, we've been doing things a little bit differently in recent years, if I'm understanding.
Just during the millage.
All right,
So-
which was enacted in, was it?
2014 timeframe.
Okay, and what we're doing right now is basically a 50-50 with the city covering a bit more in the intersection area, if I'm understanding correctly.
Yes.
All right. How many streets have taken advantage of that option in the last few years?
About 10.
Okay. How many more streets do we have in the city that might, might potentially go down this road?
I don't have a total number, but we're sitting at right now about 3.5 miles of roads that are unpaved.
One concern I have is that a number of residents expressed that they felt in a catch-22 situation where they either needed to sign a petition or face the threat of having to pay 100% of this at some point. And I'm just wondering if you have any insights as to whether staff is telling residents this or where that thought process may be coming from.
Well, we have indicated to all people in their initial, so in 2014, we contacted every resident on every street that was unpaved to let them know there was a millage program starting. Now would be a good time to come forward if they wanted to pave their roads, and we're giving them an incentive of 50% off of whatever cost, whether it's side lot or frontage. That, and we let people know as they approached us and asked for those petitions, that at some point during this millage, we're going to end the incentive because we need to, somewhere around the 7th year of our 10-year millage, we need to start planning for the last 3 years. We do planning 2 to 3 years out. And we want to make sure we have enough money to complete all those roads that we said we were going to do at the very beginning.
Okay, that incentive, was that a incentive created by the commission, or was that an administrative incentive?
We all worked on it together, I think.
Yeah, I'll give you a little bit of background, Commissioner Lavasser. We understood that there was a desire by some residents to get their roads paved. We also knew there are benefits to get, roads paved from a maintenance perspective, from a drivability perspective. And we also recognize that every road is different. Every location's different. Mount Vernon is different from, other dirt roads in the community. And instead of enacting a stick, we decided as a commission, at least the commissioners here, that we would use a carrot. And we said, okay, if you want to get your road paved, we're willing to match that because we're doing, we have the funds now to do all the streets in Royal Oak, all the local roads, and, paving, dirt roads are part of the local streets program. So it was a carrot approach, but also recognizing that, if people don't come forward with their petitions, and they have no desire to have their road paved, that's okay too. We're, at least we weren't comfortable at the time forcing people to do it. So we went with a carrot approach versus a stick approach and, left it upon the responsibility of the residents to tell us what they would like and prefer.
Okay.
That was the genesis of that.
Thank you.
Policy.
The millage currently is scheduled to expire in 2023?
Through the end of that year, yes.
All right, at this time, if you had to anticipate the recommendation from staff, would it be to renew that millage?
Well, sometime around 2020, 21, we're going to have to see where we're sitting with our PACER ratings and determine, a set dollar amount. The software that we use helps us program in different types of improvements and come up with a potential cost. And that's how we arrived at about $5 million a year for each year of a 10-year period to raise $50 million is what the millage was supposed to do. Somewhere towards the end, we're going to redo that procedure to see how much money we would have to go forward with if we wanted to continue this. And I'm pretty sure that the ballot language said up to 2.5 mils. Correct correct me if I'm wrong, Don. So we could renew the millage, however that takes place, and maybe not collect 2.5 mills. Maybe we only need 1.5 to go forward, but maybe it's some lesser amount. We haven't looked at it yet.
So the anticipation is we may need to have some renewal. Perhaps it's not a full $5 million. Maybe it's less, maybe it's more, but right now we would probably anticipate something being recommended by staff.
I would think so. I think we'll go through that process. The commission's going to want to see that information.
And just to be clear, now on both of the petitions, we are under 50% support from the residents on both petitions at this time.
Correct.
Thank you.
Any other questions for Mr. Callahan? Oh, wait, you know what? I had a list going. I'm sorry. Commissioner Dubuck next and Commissioner Macy.
Thank you, Mayor. Just wondering, Mr. Callahan, we've been down this road before with looking at, paving and talking about trees and tree impact. Have you done a tree impact study? Can we tell residents with any level of confidence how many trees on the street, how many mature trees would be impacted?
Well, right now, we have a minimum guess of about 15 to 16 trees. We do our best to save as many and all trees as possible. We replace the trees that we do lose, but we have not come up with a preliminary design. That's part of this next step of this process. If we were to move forward, we would call for a survey to be done so we can actually identify those things.
Thanks.
Commissioner Macy.
So I was going to ask a similar question, but I'll ask a different one instead. What was the chip and seal debacle?
Birmingham had a program where they would chip seal road. Chip seal is the spreading of liquid tar on a gravel road or unimproved road, spreading a layer of stone chips on it, spraying it again with liquid asphalt and putting a layer of stone chips on it. If you do that every 1 to 2 years, you can build up what's essentially an asphalt road, and a lot of the streets in Birmingham are that way. One of the residents who's now gone, Wayne Bridgeland, who lived there, found out this about Birmingham, investigated it, and pursued the process. And the city engineering department said, unless you do this every 1 to 2 years, you're not going to get anything that will last. We estimated 1 to 5 years for a lifespan of a chip seal, unless you do annual or biannual retreatments. And it was approved by the commission, even though the city engineering department did not author, we didn't recommend it. So it lasted for 1 to 5 years, essentially. And no secondary treatments were done. Because it's not in our policy about how we improve roads, it was special assessed to the residents the first time, and it was never followed through on to do any more treatments or to reassess the neighborhood for more treatments. So it didn't last. It lasted just as we predicted. But a lot of people were obviously not happy with the end result.
Okay, thank you.
Commissioner Douglas.
I'm sorry, go back to that $5,000 cost. Was that, and I understand you're not the Public Works Department, you don't, we need them for this information. But what was the $5,000?
To maintain the road. So it was regular grading, cleaning out the sewers, spreading dust control, filling pothole patches, pothole filling with stone and other things. At least that was relayed to me by the DPS director.
And that was $5,000 a year?
Yeah, for Washington, Mount Vernon, and Custer.
Really?
Yes.
That's all? Okay. Thanks.
Go ahead, Commissioner Gibbs next.
And my question also probably should go to Mr. Rassel instead of you, but I was going to ask how many, and maybe you do know, how many times a year the grading is done, or if it is on a call basis. If 27 neighbors or 27 residents call and say we want it graded, and you can't answer that question, right?
Well, I was told they have it scheduled for 2 times a year.
Okay.
I'm guessing they do it more than that, but I don't know how many more times.
Okay. Thank you.
Any other questions for Mr. Callahan? Yeah, I'll just add that we had a similar situation to Mount Vernon when we all looked at, I think most of us looked at it, I can't remember. Guess I'm getting to that point where time flies, but we had North Lafayette where there was interest in paving that road. That road also was a dead end, and that road had a number of trees, a lot of character, and, you know, putting in a paved road that would meet the, you know, engineering standard requirements, you know, would have caused, and I think we had, you know, reason to believe, you know, destruction of a number of trees on that street. And we did have, again, a similar situation where a number of residents came up, wanted it to get paved, learned about the details of what that would mean and what the potential impacts were, and North Lafayette isn't paved. We've had a number of cases where the neighbors have come together and they said, please assess me, I want my road paved, and you get near, you know, unanimous agreement among the neighbors, and we've instituted the 50% carrot to motivate them to do it, and it's been very successful. And I think the way this whole process is set up is in a way where we have a general strategy to say, look, we have dirt roads in the community. In every case, they are a challenge to maintain, but we have a process here. Instead of just having a broad brush saying, pave all the roads, here's the money, we say, let's take a look at each street, each neighborhood, and understand not just the will of the residents, but what those impacts will be, both to DPS, but more importantly to the sanctity and preservation of the neighborhood. I concur with all the residents. Mount Vernon is a special place. It is a unique neighborhood, and, you know, it is something special. And so one of the decision factors we'd have to make here tonight, at least in my opinion, is really evaluate, you know, the preservation of the neighborhood. We talk about that. We just had a meeting at 6 p.m. For all of you that have been here since 7:30, it's been a long meeting, but we were here at 6. We were talking about what are we going to do with our master plan, looking at our goals and objectives, and preservation of neighborhoods is certainly one of the things we've prioritized for the last 20 years. And I think for Mount Vernon, this is a case where we need to weigh in that regard. But those are just sort of some of my comments to kick it off. See if any other commissioners have something to say. Commissioner Dubuck.
Thank you, Mayor. Yeah, I mean, thanks to everybody for coming out tonight. And I know this is a heated debate in the neighborhood, and one way or the other, you know, we have to make a decision in favor of one party or the other. I think it's clear there is not overwhelming support in these neighborhoods for paving these roads. I also think it's not in the city's interest or in the public interest to do this piecemeal where you have 3 blocks of dirt road. So if we take the one that's, you know, just almost at 50 and just do that, we're definitely not being cost effective or wise with tax dollars. I think it'd be a better strategy and a better use of dollars and more respectful of the neighborhood to allow, wait for a time when there's a consensus amongst all 3 of those blocks where folks want to get that road paved, and then move forward then. Now, I think the neighborhood's aware that they're taking on some risk, that the match program might not exist. But I also don't think this or any future commission is going to say, once the match is gone, well, you're still only at 30%, but now we're going to force you to put that road in. I don't know that there's any public interest or public benefit in doing that. There would be public benefit in looking into the maintenance of these roads. The costs that we're talking about are not exorbitant. And I think exorbitant, and I think that you know, maybe we should have a conversation about making sure that we are doing a decent job of maintaining it, which is, I think, as Commissioner Lasser pointed out, a fraction of the cost of actually building the road. Now, if I would have signed it if I lived there, I wouldn't want to live on a dirt road, but they like it. So there's no consensus to pave it. I'm not going to force the issue, and I believe unless someone's going to make the case to make up one of these motions, no action is required. Is that accurate? All right, well, I will not be making a motion.
Commissioner Lavasser, are you making a motion?
Not with regard to either of these resolutions, but I would like to get feedback from staff, though, as far as how to better maintain that. Now, if that requires a motion, I would do that. If not, then I wouldn't do that. But I would direct that to Mr. Johnson as far as what he would prefer from the commission.
Would assume it's basically a consensus of the commission that you'd like to see some information on.
Yeah.
Maintenance of dirt
Maintaining,
roads.
better maintenance of the road,
And just what it takes and what we do and
or the 3 roads.
all the relevant information to inform us.
We can bring something back to you.
Yeah. Dirt roads aren't always on top of mind, and I've never lived on one, so be curious. I thought Chip Seal was a rock band, but come to find out, I Googled it, and something totally different. So disappointed. Well, I'm not seeing any eager action here at this commission table, which tells me, unless someone's going to interrupt me, which I don't think they are, because I'm a very mean and angry person, that it sounds like we're not going to move forward with the resolution, which means, the neighborhood is free to collect their thoughts and, pursue whatever they want to pursue. And I think we've committed up here as a commission that we're going to look into some of the maintenance options and things like that and engage in a productive dialogue with our neighbors on Mount Vernon. And, wish you the best of luck. And I can't say for sure that this is not ever going to come up again, but at least for now, it's been, there's nothing that's going to transpire. So appreciate everyone coming out tonight. That is going to bring us to item number 11, which is the Transit Task Force recommendation. I believe we have a presentation from the task force tonight.
We do.
See Ms. Don again. Mr. Woodward.
I put the PowerPoint together here. I can pull myself together.
If you want to view it on your own screen, just click on Join Presentation on your.
Yeah, I got it. Yeah. Alrighty then. So, I am Marie Donegan. Thank you, Mr. Mayor and City Commission, for inviting us to be here tonight. I am Chair of the Local Transit Task Force, as you know. Just to remind people, I was a former City Commissioner or State Rep. In those roles, I really have been a student of public transportation for 20 years, mostly on the state and regional level, so it's been really a great honor for me to be able to study public transit in my own hometown. So I want to just introduce my task force members. Of course, we have County Commissioner Dave Woodward. We have Brian Cook, raise your hand. Paul Curtis, Becky Moss, who was up here earlier, Eileen Orlansky, and of course, City Commissioner Charlene Douglas. And I also want to introduce Lucas Regstad, Mobility Management Coordinator for Smart Bus, and David Sabuda, who's Smart's Finance Director, and they're sitting back here so they can answer technical questions if they come up. Now, we have 17 slides, but that does nothing. It doesn't really well represent the hours of work that Smart has put into this proposal, and really the between-meeting research and study by my absolutely fabulous task force members. But working together with Smart and all of us, we put together this transit plan and this recommendation. So whatever the City Commission decides to do with it, and that's up to you, we have produced a product that we are very proud of. So I would refer you and the public to the final report from the task force, the cost and funding plan prepared by Smart, and the community survey. All of that is on romy.gov/transit. It's also linked on your agenda. So the process timeline, the City Commission has been improving mobility in Royal Oak for many, many years, finding better ways for people to get in and around Royal Oak. We've talked mostly, of course, about parking, but we've also focused a lot on biking and walkability, but we've never really studied public transportation or transit as a mobility option, an actual way for people to get around Royal Oak. Although Royal Oak residents have a very long history of supporting public transportation. So in 2017, I filled a vacant City Commission seat, and we began to have informal meetings with Smart to see what improvements we could possibly make to our system. And later that year, the City Commission formally appointed the Local Transit Task Force, and our job was to review the current transit that we have, to prepare a local public transit strategy. What transit could we have to increase our mobility options and to investigate those funding options? So early on, the task force decided to keep working with Smart. They're our partner and they're our transit providers. We also thought it made a lot of sense to build on the system we already had, to leverage the resources, the considerable resources they bring to the table, and because they had the expertise we needed. So in March, we circulated a community survey. From that, we set up our priorities. We developed a whole bunch of scenarios, many cost and funding options. We held an open house to gather feedback. We took that feedback back and then reviewed more scenarios and more cost and funding options. And tonight, we're going to present this plan and make this recommendation. So this is the community survey. We worked with SMART and SEMCOG to put together some questions. It was a brief 18 question survey. It was in March. 1,218 people took the survey. I'm told that's a good representation. We had good geographic and demographic representation. Generally speaking, 60% of the people were happy the task force was doing this work. 77% they would use transit if it covered the entire city, if it ran frequently, and if it connected people to local and regional destinations. When we asked them, many parents of students said transit was an option to get their kids to the middle school and the high school if it was safe and convenient. 59% said improving senior transportation was important, and the top destinations they cited that they would use transit to get to is downtown Royal Oak, the Farmers Market, and to the Detroit Zoo. So the survey did give us an idea of what people in the city of Royal Oak think about transit. You know, and as I've worked on transit over the years and all the surveys and focus groups I've been a part of, there's the one word that rises above all others when you talk about attributes for public transit, and that word is connected. People want to be connected to each other and to the places that they love. So, we wanted to know what makes transit work. I'm a student of public transportation, but not everybody was. So we wanted to know what makes it work, so we went to school. Now, we didn't actually go to school. The school came to us. But the three things you need to remember, and there's a quiz on all of this, as my task forces will tell you, but the three things you need to remember about public transportation are frequency, span, and coverage. The most important attribute of those three is frequency, how often the bus comes. Frequency drives ridership, and frequency means 15 to 30 minutes is best. The bus comes every 15 to 30 minutes. You walk out onto the street, the bus comes. According to a recent paper published by Transit Center, which is a research organization, investing in service frequency is a sure bet. In fact, the only transit agencies in the United States seeing increased transit ridership in 2017 made improvements to frequency. And then there's the other two, span, which is the hours of service. How long does it operate during the day? Does it operate days, nights, and weekends? Coverage is how much ground does it cover? And so I thought what was really great, that these are the very attributes that our survey respondents chose. So it led me to believe that Royal Oak residents are very smart and more transit savvy than I had imagined. We also know that the transit needs to be in places that are walkable. Studies of transit systems all over the country, and people do study transit systems all over the country, have determined that people will walk a quarter mile to reach a transit stop. So, then we wanted to see what transit we currently have. I assume you all have the SMART map in front of you. So, SMART is a regional fixed route public transit service. Fixed route means there's a designated public transit vehicle operated along a prescribed route according to a fixed schedule. SMART operates in Oakland, Wayne, and Macomb counties. It is generally designed to go long distances to take people to work, but it does come through Royal Oak. We have the north-south route, the 430 Main Street route. It's very important, so remember it. It goes from Somerset and Troy to 11 Mile on weekdays. We have east-west routes as well. The 700 routes, 14 Mile to Meyer to Coolidge. We have the 740 route, which is Campbell to 11 Mile. Most of these routes end at 11 Mile. Frequency, the most important attribute. Most of these routes are more than 30-minute frequencies. Some are 45 to 60-minute frequencies. Span, many of them, they all operate on weekdays. They all have limited nights and limited weekend service. And coverage, you can see for yourself, there are many gaps in service. Therefore, it's not very useful to get around Royal Oak. It wasn't designed, nor was it funded, to get people to downtown to dinner, to the farmer's market on Saturday morning, or to connect to the Woodward Fast Bus to get to a ball game or, say, the DIA. Which brings us to the Fast Bus. Now, all of you are familiar with the Fast Bus on Woodward. That service started on January 2018, and it's the best service we've had in this region for years, and that's the big red line that goes on to Woodward. In fact, it's so popular, our own residents, Mike and Dawn Rapinski, were recently spotted on a public service ad for the Fast Bus. So, but people like the Rapinskis, they have to drive to get to the Fast Bus, and they park on side streets. Everybody's got their thing. They park on side streets, they park in private lots and hope they don't get towed, or I suggest that they park at my church at 11 in Woodward, which is fine. However, it's not the perfect solution. But the ridership has increased since it began because of what? Frequency. The frequency on the Fast Bus is 15 to 20 minutes, and it operates, the span of operation is days, nights, and weekends. So making a connection to the Fast Bus was a priority for the task force. So in addition to that service, we have senior transportation, what we call senior transportation or what we call senior and disabled transportation. But Royal Oak participates with SMART in the Community Partnership Program to provide curb-to-curb service for people 60 years and older or people who are permanently handicapped. Royal Oak operates this service with buses that we lease from SMART. This service is Monday through Friday, 9:15 to 3 p.m. only. It's advanced reservation only, meaning you have to call a day or 3 days in advance to say you wanted to go to the grocery store or to your doctor's appointment. It costs approximately $250,000 per year. The capacity is limited. We have 10,000 people over the age of 60 in Royal Oak. Only 480 people generated 12,000 trips in 2017. Those trips are generally divided 50-50, 50% for medical, 50% for what they call social, which means getting your hair done or going to the grocery store. The system is just not robust enough to meet the needs of the eligible residents who want to age in place. So, next slide. So, we set up our priorities. So, taking what we learned from the community survey, what we learned about our existing service, consulting with our very fine transit professionals, we set up these priorities. To expand service for seniors, people with mobility challenges, and people with disabilities, we wanted to operate weekdays, weeknights, and weekends. We want safe, convenient option for kids to get to high school and middle school. We want to generally increase mobility for people to get in and around Royal Oak without having to drive a car. We want to offer a level of transportation independence in the city like we've never had before. And we want to connect people to local and regional destinations. We also established three parameters. We wanted the service to be fixed route transit. We wanted it to be high frequency because we know high frequency drives ridership, and by high frequency we wanted the service the bus to come every 15 to 30 minutes. We wanted it to cover the entire survey or the city because that's what people indicated in their survey, and we wanted it to operate weekdays, nights, and weekends. So next we come to the plan, WROK. So WROK is the plan. The plan is lines on a map, but a transit plan is also the service times, the frequency, the coverage, and the costs, which we'll get to in a minute. So as part of our work, we put together several scenarios, all kinds of lines on a map and ideas and all sorts of things that we set back with SMART, which they analyzed for usefulness and cost. But what came out of it was the simple fixed route system that we have been calling WROK. So it builds on the system we already have instead of creating a new bureaucracy. It leverages our partnership with SMART, as you'll find out, and it provides service that responds to what people said they wanted. We still have the red line, which is the fast bus. It's not going away. We have two new routes. The orange route, it could look yellow, but we call it orange. The orange route, Crooks, Coolidge to downtown, and the blue route, 13-mile Campbell, 11-mile to downtown, and the one expanded SMART route. If you remember, the 430 Main Street route, which is in green. Remember, the current service on the 430 route goes weekdays only, mornings and afternoons, and currently it goes from Somerset to 11 Mile. The expanded WROK route, or the expanded SMART route, would still start at Somerset, but now it would go all the way to Woodward to connect to the fast bus and to the zoo, because that's where people said they wanted to go, and the shelter would be at LA Fitness. All of these routes are high frequency. The plan also doubles funding for our senior and handicapped transportation to expend it to nights and weekends so people can use it to go to the farmer's market, to get to church on Sunday morning. It includes 600 additional hours of service for our community priorities, meaning events like Arts, Beats, and Eats, if we need more farmer's market service on Saturday morning. Built into the plan is 18 service hours during the days Monday through Friday, and 13 to 16 service hours on Saturday and Sunday. Now, those exact hours and how those hours are distributed throughout those days will be determined with input from the community and a lot of our stakeholders, but it will be planned by Royal Oak citizens for how we live in Royal Oak. We have stops are designed to be as much as possible with 1/4 mile of your home. But we tried to focus routes on areas of high concentration of seniors and a lot of other residents. For instance, the Crooks route, there's never been public transit on Crooks Road despite all the apartments and the school and all of that. That ends up at the Coventry Club, which is a great place to live. A lot of people live in the Coventry Club up in north of Crooks. When I went to visit with them, they said, what do you mean? I could go walk out onto Crooks, hop on a bus, and go to dinner before play at Stagecrafters, go to this play at Stagecrafters and hop back on the bus and go home without having to drive. They thought that was great. It would connect to Beaumont via 13 Mile, which hasn't been done in forever. Now you could walk out to 13 Mile and get down the new shopping center. Now you stop at 13 and Woodward and you walk to Beaumont, which seems like it's right there, but it really isn't. Beaumont is our largest employer in Royal Oak. They have parking challenges. Maureen Elliott from Beaumont came to our task force twice. Beaumont has more than 1,000 beds and 10,000 employees, many of whom live in Royal Oak. And the hospital, of course, is open all day, every day, and she indicated that ROGO would be a big help. Now, the 430 Main Street bus, Gail Reber, who's the president of the Royal Oak Manor Co-op, said when interviewed by Channel 7 this week, she said, and I quote, "I think sometimes they, meaning seniors, have to wait longer than they need to, and I think they're not picked up as often as they should be." And I'm paraphrasing when she said that seniors are a large group that want to invest in the community but can't. She said, and I quote, "You used to be able to get around every place, and now you have to depend on yourself, and that's very difficult," end quote. We also had Paul Good from the Detroit Zoo come to our task force a couple of times. We talked on the phone many times. They have 1.3 million visitors with limited parking. It can sometimes take an hour to get into the zoo on a really good zoo day. And like us, they partner with SMART. The new program is Zoom to the Zoo. If you take a fast bus to the zoo, you get a discount. You also get food and beverages. So could ROGO partner with the zoo? Certainly, why not? We just heard about our new hotel on Main Street. It would be a direct connection to the Detroit Zoo from the new hotel, so the new hotel could advertise at their own cost and say, Royal Oak is the place to stay, come here and spend your money. We also met with the farmer's market, Shelley over at the farmer's market, the manager. She couldn't be here tonight, but I met with her and she's thrilled that this could be an option. We also heard from the Boys and Girls Club. They bought a bus because they pick up kids from the schools. They have a waiting list of approximately 300 kids waiting to get on that bus. So we talked about local connections. Yeah, no PowerPoint is complete without pretty pictures. So this is the pretty pictures of the local connections that ROGO would make, including the train station, schools, shopping, all of that. Regional connections, more lovely pictures, but really it would connect to the fast bus on 11 Mile, 13 Mile in Maine, which would give you a straight shot to the ball game. Any community adjacent to Woodward. Like I said, the 430 bus goes to Somerset Mall from the Royal Oak Manor. so you could go there and shop or do your morning walk. And the task force wanted to propose a system that every age and ability, people of every age and ability could use every day to go shopping, to go to church, to go to their doctor, to go to dinner, to visit their grandkids, to visit their daughter. And we want people to be able to rely on it as an actual mode of transportation to get around Royal Oak. So on our buses, you would be able to bring your bike, take your kids, you can take your parents, you can go shopping, go to school. All of the buses would be handicapped accessible, so if you're in a wheelchair or walker, you don't have to call curb-to-curb service and wait 3 days. You can just get on a WROK bus. So people want to know what's in it for my family. Aside from the awesome connections, there are benefits to having high-quality transit. Those can be measured, and they're measured all over the place in every city across America. American Heart Association, American Public Health Association, where there's high-quality transit, people are healthier because they simply walk more. Walking to the bus, even if it's 2 blocks, might be 2 blocks that you wouldn't have walked for any other reason. You know, property values increase near high-quality transit, and high-frequency transit equals high-quality transit. You'll save money and time. Clearly, $8 to get into the zoo. Parking tickets, just got one last week. You stick your $10 in there and you think, well, that's a waste of money. Obviously, gas prices. 60% of our survey respondents said if they had the transit that had the attributes they wanted, you could get rid of a car. We know that ride sharing, this is my Uber ride from my house to the WROK. And this is before tip, and this is just in the middle of a Tuesday. It was actually $7 to get there, and that's only one trip. 60% of our surveys respondents said they would use transit to avoid drunk driving. So I will turn the discussion of funding, everybody's favorite topic, over to Dave Woodward.
Wow, thank you. I'm not going to be able to follow that. Yeah, it's worth an applause there. Mr. Mayor, members of the commission, I mean, it has actually been a real fascinating opportunity to work with an amazing group of people on this task force over the last 7 months. And I mean, as we go into the numbers, which is actually, I mean, obviously a very important thing, and one of the tasks I was charged with this task force to, aside from design what is possible, what could we do, is what is it going to cost, and how do we pay for it? And so we're going to talk about really 3 things over the next few slides. It's a quick summary. All of you have a lot more detailed financial information. All that information is available on the website. So knock yourself out and, I mean, dig deep into the numbers. It's similarly how the task force did. But we're going to talk about capital budget, annual operating costs, and the revenue sources to be able to do that. Before we get to that, I think it's important to kind of remember in the context of what we're talking about that we're going to be presenting how this ROGO proposal actually leverages a significant amount of state and federal dollars to improve transit for everyone. I mean, people of all abilities, people of all ages, to get in around this area and connect to the broader region. The numbers that we're going to be reviewed are based on the plan that Marie went through and presented, the level of service and the frequency that was described, and so they definitely go together. And there are a few assumptions that, as we go forward, I want you to think about, and I'm going to point to them where they show up in the following slides. One, that we are recommending to move forward with this, a 2018 Royal Oak Transit November ballot proposal with a winter levy. Of that, it should voters find value and approve it. That the transit millage would be for 1.25 mils for 5 years. 6 months of operating in 2019, and that's going to come up in a couple slides, and I'll explain why, and how the capital costs are going to be shared. Shared by SMART, leveraging its purchasing power, and by the Royal Oak system as a whole. So let's move into capital. So when we're talking transit capital, what are we talking about? We're talking about the stuff. It's like the stuff before we get to the rides. And so you see in the slides, we broke capital really into two chunks. The things that will help support a rider experience, make sure that people of all abilities and ages could take advantage, whether it's covered shelters, concrete walkways, concrete pads with no amenities, signage. All of these numbers are estimates that are designed to over the route, that WROK spans, across the city, the cost that would be associated to really to ensure and enhance that rider's experience. The next things we're talking about are the things that would be put into the bus or help, again, further support that rider's experience. Onboard cameras, obviously safety is a priority, making certain that all buses, had those onboard cameras. A bus tracking electronic app. We want this to be a modern system that people can use technology to find where it's going, but also be reliable on a schedule and with a level of frequency to make it easy to ride. And then the fare boxes that we'll talk about a little bit later on, but we wanted to make certain that payment can be accomplished in a variety of ways, and people of all, whether you have a credit card or don't have a credit card, cash reliant, or as SMART's working with its transit partners, figuring out how to use mobile technology as a way to help be able to pay fares. And so making sure these fare boxes, this is not just a metal crate that you throw money into, that it has the technology to accept a variety of payments to enhance that. In addition, miscellaneous costs, there's been a lot of talk about making certain that these vehicles would have ability for bikes to be attached. Maybe we want to be wrapping them to support, other branding, not only of this program, but for other purposes. And you're looking at a $1.25 million total capital cost. Then it gets to the buses itself, and happy to report, SMART would be able to use its ability to purchase those vehicles using 100% of available state and federal funds. The 14 vehicles that are proposed to be able to ensure the frequency that's been talked about earlier, depending on what type of bus that you want, it doesn't really matter. It would be a choice and selection of those would be part of that process. On the upper end, looking at the 27, 32-foot buses, looking about, upwards of $2 million to acquire those, again, without any cost to the city of Royal Oak. The costs above the $1.25 million would be borne by the WROK system. And this is just a schematic. So before someone says, this is what's going to be on the road, no, this was for purposes of illustration that these vehicles could be wrapped in a way to help support the branding, as well as demonstrating the partnership with SMART. That's absolutely important. But I think it helps visualize what could be and what moving people around our community. Next. So let's move into the overall annual operation. Costs, again, we mentioned these costs are very much predicated on the span and frequency of the service operated, which we'll be recommending that SMART, the transit provider in this area, be the operator of the two new fixed routes, the blue and orange routes in the original plan, as well as the extension of the 430 Main Street, think of it like the spine of Royal Oak. With the frequency that we've discussed earlier, in addition to some WROK service expansion dollars, this would allow on day one that service, the starting point and ending point of those routes could be extended to meet rider demand. It could help support the increase of frequency, dollars available on day one to improve the rider experience. Furthermore, the next part, the cost to Royal Oak section, this is where we get to the doubling of the existing funding. Currently, the senior curb-to-curb service is about $250,000, as Marie mentioned. At capacity, we don't actively advertise because we don't have the ability to actually take on a significant number of new riders. With the additional dollars, with the goal of extending that service hours, days, weekends, et cetera, providing those dollars there, as well as dollars set aside to support the implementation, management, monitoring, and and all the work to make certain this program is implemented correctly and a point person to help drive that. Furthermore, in addition to some marketing dollars to make certain that people know how to use it. If you haven't used it before, what are the barriers to participation, and make sure that fully understanding how to get from point A to point B and to be able to use that all together, you're looking at an annual operation here at $4.8 million. In addition to that, SMART has agreed to cover 1/3 of the costs for the expansion of the green line, the 430 line, at a little over $300,000 a year, which brings the total cost, a full year cost, $4.5 million to the cost of ROK a full year. The bottom line is what a half-year service, and that's important because it's going to take some time to actually be able to acquire the vehicles, to get up and running. The earliest that a service like this, would voters approve such a proposal this year, would be July of 2019. It's enough time to acquire the buses, get them fitted, and get the entire infrastructure in place before to run. So from the revenue source, and this is right where kind of everything comes together. And I think this chart fully illustrates the ability to leverage additional state and federal dollars to significantly improve transit in this community. So in the very first column, on the left there is the annual operating costs that are necessary to run. So if you go to the very first line, looking at 6 months of service, half of that is illustrated there. The next column, these are Act 51 local bus operating dollars. Now, what are those? And this is something I think the task force was very happy to see. To realize these are dollars that are, part of State Act 51 dollars that are distributed to support local bus operating systems around the state. That if it excuse me, that frankly is going to go somewhere else if not here, that can match our contribution about 30% to be able to support transit in our community. Matched with fares and using a conservative estimate of fare revenue generating 5% of total operating dollars, you get the money that's coupled with the 1.25 transit millage proposal that is part of the overall recommendation. In the very first year, with 6 months of service, that is also enough to afford and actually provides a little bit of cushion, more than enough money to cover the total capital outlay that's necessary to execute this overall program. And then you can see in following years, 2020, 21, 22, 23, operating costs are projected to increase at 2.5% annually to allow for possible inflationary costs. And then you can see how over the course of a 5-year period, over $6 million LBO dollars being generated to help support this, drawn in to help support this, $1 million in fare revenue, and then 65% of the total cost borne by the Royal Oak Transit millage. And then lastly, this comes down to what are these millage projections all completely based on? The 1.2 mil is based on Oakland County equalization predictions. Also assumes a 5% amount being uncollected, as you can see by the notation there. It also takes in consideration the Royal Oak Downtown Development Authority's tax capture that are additional dollars that potentially afforded to help support and enhance the transit experience, but not captured in here. If you look from year to year of service and what's collected, built into this is a small level of contingency to make certain that the budget that's been, that the annual budget operating that we went through just a few slides ago can comfortably be achieved. Those are real numbers. Those are not guesses, but those are based on real numbers of our existing transit partner and gives us, comfortable breathing room to make certain that we can deliver a level of service and be able to maintain that level of service so that reliability and frequency is the thing that continues to drive this. And then,
back to me?
yes, back to you.
I just threw my papers down here when I was done, so I'm sure I can gather myself. Oh, yeah, it's right here. So, pardon me. So after all of that, we have a recommendation, which you probably have in front of you. So, the Local Transit Task Force makes the following recommendation to the Royal Oak City Commission: that you adopt the ROGO plan as we have described, and that was approved by the Local Transit Task Force last week on June 19th, 2018. That includes the 2 new fixed routes, the orange and blue lines, the 1 extended and improved Smart 430 route, the double the funding for the senior handicapped curb-to-curb service, the 600 additional hours of service for community priorities, and the proposed funding plan, as Davis just talked about. Replace a 1.25 mil request on the November 2018 ballot to support the creation and operation of ROGO. The millage would be for 5 years. Fares would be set to generate 5% of the annual operating costs. There would be discounts for people under 18, over 60, people with permanent disabilities, and students. Fares should be compatible to smart rates, which is very important, so that we can interface with the smart buses, make those valuable connections, and to provide a seamless experience to the rider. Seamless is also the second word that comes us most frequently in focus groups. The Local Transit Task Force recommends that the city develop materials to educate and inform the public about the ROGO plan and the millage, your experience with doing that. And the City of Royal Oak contract with SMART to operate ROGO, as opposed to the City of Royal Oak operating it as a city department. And we think this is really important because they know how to operate transit systems and we don't. And also the drivers would have background checks, be supervised by the SMART people, and it would ensure safety of all the ROGO riders. And the City of Royal Oak further recommends that we appoint that the City Commission appoint a permanent Royal Oak Transit Oversight Committee, a citizens committee made up of residents and stakeholders of the City of Royal Oak to implement and monitor ROGO. And this is really important because, as you may have discovered, operating a transit system is very complicated. And it's really important that Royal Oak is well represented in this process. The SMART system operates in a giant system across 3 counties. They don't know Royal Oak like we do. So the Oversight Committee members will work with SMART to oversee the initial setup of ROGO, and some of those tasks include, and I'm almost done, finalize the routes to select the buses, the bus stops and shelter locations, improvements to senior curb-to-curb service, technology, service times, etc. Ongoing, the committee will interface with city staff and SMART, conduct an annual review of the millage rate, is it being spent appropriately, conduct periodic public and community meetings. If we're using state and federal dollars, we have to have them, but we also should have them on a routine basis. Continually monitor ridership. You have to continually monitor that to make sure your service times are working, to make sure the routes are working, all of that. The service, all of that is really important. And then you would work with appropriate government agencies to ensure safe travel for pedestrians and bike riders. As I drive around the city and I imagine where a bus stop would be, I think that intersection needs improvement if pedestrians are going to use it. So in conclusion, the plan we've presented, along with our partner organization, SMART, is real. It's a real transit plan. It's a solid plan. It's not a jitney. It's not a shuttle. It's not a bus you can use for a special occasion. No, it's actually real transportation that's accessible to everyone. And something like this can mean independence for people who live and work in Royal Oak, regardless of their age and ability. So we didn't even bother discussing what you will do with this recommendation, and we don't pretend that we know what the voters will do with it either. But we do know that we have shined a light on what's possible for Royal Oak and cities like it. So the plan we presented tonight responds to what people said they wanted in the community survey. We've done our very best to design a system that has the attributes that drive ridership. The service we proposed is frequent, covers the entire city, operates weekdays, weeknights, and weekends, connects people to regional and local destinations, builds on the system we already have, leverages resource, and brings our federal and state gas taxes home to us. So, in conclusion, my second conclusion, I want to thank the City Commission for this awesome opportunity. The Smart Bus people, I can't imagine how I'll live without them. Task force members, they were so awesome, and our staff, Judy Davids, James Krazan, and Carol Swanger, who did all sorts of stuff for us to keep us going, and now we are happy to answer any questions.
Wow, wonderful presentation. We'll applaud. Mr. Woodward, you did okay too.
I don't mind being upstaged.
Do we have any questions for the Transit Task Force? Ms. Gibbs?
2 questions. Number 1, because it's been a long time since I've ridden the Smart Bus to downtown Detroit.
You and a lot of people, yes.
Just because that's not where my employment takes me or things like that. What are the costs of the Smart Bus rides?
$2. $2 one way, 50 cents for seniors like me.
Okay. And then number 2.
Correct?
Yeah, I saw him nodding his head.
I defer to him for everything.
You mentioned stakeholders, I believe, twice. Who are you considering our stakeholders?
Beaumont, the Detroit Zoo, the Boys and Girls Club, the Restaurant Association, the Retail Association, the DDA.
Schools.
The school's very important. Would I say hospitals? Twice. All of them, yes. Woodward Avenue Action Association, anybody and everybody.
I'm kind of disappointed you didn't say the taxpayers.
Well, the residents are, I said residents and stakeholders.
No, I just recall stakeholders, but I could be wrong, but
Well, residents
should have been.
stakeholders. Yeah, sure.
I think that point needs to be made. Okay, thank you.
Thank you.
Commissioner Lavasser.
I believe you said $2 per ride, 50 cents for seniors. And I believe you have anticipated revenues of a little over $200,000 per year, if I'm understanding correctly, from the fare box. What is the average fare that you're anticipating? How many riders are you anticipating per year?
Oh, go ahead.
Jump in, yeah. You jump in first and I'll close out.
Hi, everyone. Lucas Rigstad with Smart Bus. We didn't project hard ridership numbers for this service. What we did is we set a goal of how much of our costs we thought was reasonable to recover with this new service, and that was 5%. That's assuming Smart's existing fare structure, and that sort of fare structure would be in place. So again, there's no expected ridership numbers. It's just we know 5% is kind of a reasonable number given how our system performs region-wide.
Although we did, obviously, as I said a couple times in the presentation, is we did design this system to maximize ridership. We designed a system and put together a system with Smart that is frequent and covers the entire city and operates days, nights, and weekends, and those are the attributes that drive ridership. So that's why the ridership will be monitored continually to make sure that we don't need to tweak all of those things to maximize ridership. But that's what we did. The system should support it.
Yeah, I'm simply trying to get an idea of the ridership here, and based on the numbers, I don't know, 150,000 per year, is that a reasonable estimate based on other services, Smart's experience or other communities?
Yes.
I mean, we don't, as I said before, we do not have a ridership estimate. We've done everything we can to maximize the potential for generating ridership in the design of the service, and we set a fare recovery goal in terms of that 5% number. So I do not have an answer for that specific number you're looking for.
Well, how confident are we in those projections as far as the revenues? I mean, it could be more, could be less.
It could be, but there's also some contingency built into the budget to account for the fact that it may be less. If it's more, that's more revenue to be used for the service. But 5% is a good starting number, again, based on how our system performs region-wide.
All right. Now, if I'm understanding the numbers correctly, it does not anticipate any contribution from the DDA or a source like that, if I'm understanding the numbers correctly.
Go ahead.
I would say, so the numbers that were used for the projection took into account the DDA capture that happens. And so the DDA area will capture just because it's a tax capture entity. And so
the assumption is that they're not going to give that money back, but if they do, that's
I wouldn't make that,
That's a
I wouldn't make, I would not make that assumption.
Okay.
In fact, I mean, conversations with the DDA is very interested in figuring out how to improve and make transit more robust, particularly to bring more residents into the downtown and, I mean, travelers in the area. And so that I think they definitely want to be a partner in this. The projections to be able to provide the reliability of the service is based on the reality that the DDA would actually capture. I mean, so.
Okay, but the numbers in this report, they do not presume DDA is going to make any contribution to this. This is just what's going to come in from the fares, what's going to come in from the taxpayers minus what DDA captures.
It would be based on the Royal Oak Transit millage, plus what that leverages of the state Act 51 LBO dollars, plus the fares to run the system. It is not dependent on DDA's contribution.
Okay, if I'm understanding the DDA numbers, they're set to take in about $184,000 from this millage if it's enacted?
As, I mean, what the DDA captured, I think that's about the right number. I don't have the DDA's capture in it
Yeah,
because
well,
it doesn't capture.
I'm looking at page 7 toward the back of the materials, and,
right.
you know, it seems to indicate taxable value captured in TIF at $147 million and some change. So I'm just doing the math, 147 times 1.25, that sort of thing.
Right.
All right.
It is, of course, as a plan, if you look at the plan, not only do all the routes go, to connect to Woodward, but they also connect to downtown. Everything goes downtown. So we would hope the DDA, like the DDA to be a real partner in this.
All right, so if the DDA contributes this back, that's less money that we need from taxpayers, we may be able to get that millage down from 1.25 to say 1.18 or something like that. All right, and if we back off the $115,000 for a manager and the $80,000 for advertising, we might be able to get that down to about 1.1 mils, if I'm understanding the numbers correctly.
If you collected less revenue to do less things, yes.
Sure.
If also promoting a service to make certain that people know about it and want to use it, and we want to maximize ridership, I would raise caution that we need to promote it and not just assume that people are going to learn about it by themselves.
And I would also use caution that although SMART designs a great system for a giant regional system that spans 3 counties, they're not going to be very good, no offense, at planning a system that's Royal Oak responsive, that knows where the stops should be, that knows that the majority of the kids wait at the corner of Main Street and, I don't know, Edmond. They're not going to know those kinds of details. The only people that are going to know that are the people who are in Royal Oak, and that would be the Permanent Oversight Committee and the staff person that's assigned to work with them. The work that those folks will be doing is a lot of work. It's very technical, and that kind of relationship is really essential. But like I said, that's a recommendation we're making. You're the folks who approve the budget, you're the folks who hire people, you do all of that. I'm just making the recommendation and cautioning you that is a really, really important part of this proposal.
Okay, do we have a?
I have one comment. I want to address your expense costs.
Thank you.
Commissioner. I'm David Sabut. I'm the Director of Finance at SMART. If you reduce costs, please remember that your LBO match contribution of 30% will drop. So as you look at those expenses, you have to be very careful and to weigh your cuts because you will affect the state contribution from Act 51.
You're essentially referring to the $200,000 of potential cuts that I just referenced.
Correct.
So maybe instead of $200,000 in savings, I'm sorry, you said it was 30%?
Approximately.
So it'd be $140,000 worth of savings potentially.
At the end of the day,
All right.
please remember that.
All right, thank you, I appreciate that. We have a feel for what the typical length of the ride would be, 2 miles, 3 miles, 4 miles for
No, but
our
it would take
ridership?
approximately 20 minutes to go from one end of the city to the other. Depends on where you want to go. If you live in Coventry Club, which is way up at north part of Crooks, and you want to go to the zoo, that's a good ride. If you live where I live at 13 in Maine and I want to go to downtown Royal Oak, that's 2 miles. So that's what I would do. That's where I would go, although I love the zoo. So it depends on where you want to go. If
Yeah.
you want to go to school in the morning, It goes from all over the city to the high school or to the middle school. If you want to go to the senior center, we have 2 of them, so it depends on where you want to go.
Yeah, I'm trying to get a sense of the typical. I mean, obviously, though, some will be longer, some will be shorter. Do we expect that the typical ride's going to be 3 miles, 4 miles? Do we have any thoughts on that?
That a typical ride of a person where they want to go? I mean, I'm confused about your question.
Let's
I mean,
call it the
point A to
average
point B.
ride or the median ride or whatever you want to call it.
Well, there's 2 new routes, and
Right.
so I guess it depends on where people get on and off. I mean, I don't know how you make an estimate of something based on when people get on and off.
I don't know what the average
But,
drive is.
but,
in
I mean, I think
Royal
it's
either.
important to realize is that these routes, and again, I'm going to turn to our, transit, professionals, is that these routes were designed to maximize the number of people within a quarter mile of them, to maximize utilization, ridership, and make it as easy as possible for people to get access to them. And so, I guess depending on where you enter, and then where you decide to get off. I mean, if downtown is like a driving force, obviously depending on where the concentration of people who get on to go there, but if you're going in a different direction, it's going to provide different things.
Well, on Saturday morning on the farmer's market, for instance, me, 13 in Maine, I would go there. Now, I would guess everybody from all over the city is going to go to the farmer's market on the bus if it goes every 15 minutes on Saturday morning, and they don't have to drive around and look for a parking space. And so I suppose that's people from all over the city coming from north on Rochester Road or coming from South Royal Oak. I mean, there's all different kinds of places people will come to. It depends on where they're going. If it's a movie on Saturday night, to the Imagine Theater, Lucas, did you want to?
Yeah, there are many different use cases that you can consider for this, but, thank you. That's also a piece of data that we would be able to track once the service is operational, so we can tell you what the average, distance of a trip would be.
Well, sure, and that's one of the things that you monitor continually, and that's what a fare does for you, is allow you to monitor, how much people are paying, where they're going. All these things are very important for the Oversight Committee to be able to continually look at and analyze.
Okay. Do we have a feel for the average cost per rider to deliver this service?
All right, I'm a rider.
no,
I'm
we-
a rider. It depends.
Ma'am, the meeting's up here, I'm sorry.
As I said, we don't have ridership projections to use as a base for that kind of an analysis, so no, we don't. At this time, yeah.
All right. If I'm understanding, you're projecting, though, about 200,000 gallons of fuel per year?
Yes.
Per usage here?
Yeah.
All right. So, that's why I'm asking these questions. I'm trying to get a sense. Are we talking 150,000 people? Which would be
So the fuel, if you look at the detailed cost memo, you can see what the unit, is that we use to calculate each of the items in the detailed budget. And so for fuel, we based it on mileage driven, which is a function of the frequency of the service, how many buses you have on the road to achieve that frequency.
And just the end-to-end distance of each of the routes. So that's a mileage-based calculation.
Yeah, the reason I'm going here, I'm trying to get a sense, are we spending $20 per person to deliver the service? Are we spending a gallon of fuel or more per person to deliver the service? I'm trying to get a sense for whether this is truly accomplishing the mission or if there's better ways to accomplish this mission.
I understand the question, but as I said, the driver of the costs is not based on person. So let's say you have 50 people riding the bus or 100 people riding the bus, right? If you have twice as much ridership over those same fixed costs, which don't really change according to how many people are on the bus, you're basically doubling your cost effectiveness when you double your ridership. So that's why it's not based on ridership, but the more people are riding the bus, the more cost effective the service becomes.
Certainly I understand that. What I'm hearing is that we don't have very firm estimates of the amount of usage here, of anticipated usage. Which would give us the ability to make projections as to average costs or average number of gallons per trip or anything of that nature.
As I said, you have average gallons per mile because you have the scheduled service at the frequencies that you know you're going to be achieving. But no, you don't have cost per person. That's not how the budget was built out.
Right.
That's not how SMART built its budget for its services region-wide either.
Okay. Now I appreciate, the discussion of doubling the funding for the senior and the people with mobility issues. And if I understand right, that'd be like $250,000 per year
in addition to the existing 250,000.
Right, so that's, if I'm understanding correctly, that works out to about 1/10, maybe a little bit less than 1/10 of 1 mil, if I'm understanding correct, is the portion that would be funding that part of the service. Is that a fair estimate?
Of the
Sure.
total money we're going to generate, yes.
All right. Have we considered with regard to the other service, some arrangement with Uber or Lyft as opposed to, which would deliver curb-to-curb service as opposed to this, very old model of buses going around in circles?
That's not really how I think of public transportation, but I appreciate that you do. Uber and Lyft actually are looking to partner with transit agencies all over the country. And so certainly as we move forward, there's no reason that those technologies and those ride-sharing services can't do that, and I think that's a really important thing to do. I get calls from them all the time, and they really do want to partner. They really do want to partner with us. And I was going to just bring up so the other day, Elliot Darvik, who's the Lyft general manager for Michigan, Ohio, had an interview here in Michigan. He was here for the train station opening on June 18th, and he said, and I quote, when he was asked, what do you think Metro Detroit needs to do first and next? And he said, support public transit. For the long-term health of this region, we need more unified, accessible, and robust transit systems. Selfishly, it's good for business because Lyft and public transit work well together. So I get emails from people like him and May Mobility and Cherry and all these other folks who are wanting to partner with us. And so that would be something we would do in the future once we have a transit system and once these technologies are really up and running. I mean, a lot of these I get emails from, these are new technologies who are looking for a pilot program or something. So yes, of course, if the City Commission in the future finds this to add to the transportation experiences of the people of Royal Oak, absolutely they can be added.
I think, the other thing about rideshare, and I use rideshare, pretty frequently. I'd probably challenge, probably more so than you, Commissioner. And I think it definitely has a role in mobility. When tasked by developing a public transit system, accessibility mattered. Every one of the vehicles that would be part of this WROK system is wheelchair accessible and accessible by all people. You're not required to have a credit card. You're not required to have a smartphone. It has to be available, accessible to everybody, and that's important to build a robust, successful transit system that everyone can participate in. I actually think there is to what Marie was talking about, in partnering with whether it's helping build out senior transit for those who have less mobility issues, to help increase the number of people who can be served in a given amount of time, given the existing capacity. I think it fits into strategies of guaranteed ride home to make certain that people who use it, and then when service cuts off, to get back. And so I think that there is definitely an opportunity in the role to be able to do that. But rideshare companies are not public transit systems, and I don't think that they would claim to be public transit systems. I think they want to work with public transit systems to be able to fill in the pieces that make sense.
Any other questions? Commissioner Paruch?
Just one question in terms of the coordinating person for the WROK system. That's going to be a SMART employee?
No, it would be a city, if you choose, it would be a city employee.
Okay. But you would work in coordination with SMART for things like using their services for driver hiring and that kind of stuff?
I think
somebody's saying yes, somebody's saying no.
Yeah, that's correct. A lot of those costs would be included in the operating cost for the service. So SMART would hire the drivers like we do. The drivers, of course, would be SMART employees.
Okay.
And that administrative person at the city would really be in charge of overseeing the service and ensuring that it's performing correctly and working with the oversight committee to make sure that it's working correctly and communicating back with SMART about what the community's needs are for altering the service or improving it, making changes, things like that.
Okay, but the drivers would be SMART employees and they would be hired by SMART?
Correct.
Okay.
Yes.
Okay, Thanks.
I think it's a way to think about it as purchasing service from Smart to run it, and having someone who's tasked with the responsibility of making sure it's achieving the implementation of the leadership of the city.
And the $115,000 that is allocated for that cost, that includes that salary and benefits. Do you know what the base salary starting would be?
You guys probably know that, I would guess.
Yeah,
I mean, it could be a part, we're just making the recommendation. We wanted to make sure that it was a marker in there, that, a year from now, you weren't making up something that wasn't in the original budget. So we wanted to make sure it was there, so that you knew that it was something that needed to be considered. It could be a part-time service, it could be full-time, it could be 40,000, it could be a consultant, it could be a city employee. That is really your purview, not ours. But it is important for us to know that that's something that you need to consider.
Right. The way I look at it, correct me if I'm wrong, is it's in the budget.
Your voice was coming.
It's like those dreams you're having, Marie. I'm just everywhere.
Holy cow, you're good, but you're not that good.
Marie, this is God. So, the way I see it, right now, what we're looking at is you put it in the budget because it's clear that if this were something that were to go to fruition, we would need some sort of city oversight to manage all the things that come up. Like, hey, the school needs more routes, or we got to change things a little bit, or let's move a stop, or, let's increase a service, or endure the frequencies, or shrink them. What that encounters, or what it takes, could be a half a head count, could be a full head count, could be whatever. But what you're suggesting is put it in the budget. It comes out to ultimately a 1.25 mil, budget. And then in the event that, we have a part-time person because that's all we need, or, whatever it may be, those funds can be used for service improvement, or we could lower the mill, whatever makes sense from year to year. But you're saying, hey, it's an important thing to know that you have to have somebody on the ground at the city to manage the oversight committee and take all the community stakeholder needs, all the residents' needs, seniors' needs, senior center needs, school needs, and continue to produce a transportation product that's, serving the entire broader community. So that's the way I see it, but, and I understand where it's coming from.
I have a follow-up question.
Sure, Commissioner.
Follow-up question is, we currently pay someone at the senior center to coordinate public transit. I'm assuming that if this all goes into effect, we wouldn't need that person,
Up to you.
probably would be absorbed.
Well, yeah, probably, yeah, just top.
So the Royal Oak Senior Service, still is would be managed, the dollars would be available to run the curb-to-curb service. That's separate from the fixed route service.
Okay.
The annual operating budget was set up in the two parts, and when you have operating of the fixed routes, and then the Royal Oak operation, and so.
Okay.
Smart wouldn't come in necessarily to run the senior curb-to-curb service.
Okay, thanks.
Commissioner Dubak?
No, you didn't.
Okay.
Thanks for the presentation, for all the work you guys have put into this. I think this is, innovative thought leadership, especially with the, challenges that we're having at the regional level, getting, transit up and running. Couple of questions. First off, so there's the fuel line item in the budget here. Does Smart, or we look at in the future running electric vehicles or natural gas or biofuel? Or is it standard fuel, the standard for Smart, and that's where we're at right now?
So there's the potential that these new vehicles could be outfitted to operate on propane.
Okay.
We use that fuel for a lot of our smaller buses and the connector and paratransit service that we operate region-wide.
And I believe it's an option for the longer length small buses that were some of the vehicles we quoted in the capital budget. Long-term after that, electric, I know some communities are beginning to branch out into electric buses on the large bus side, the 40-foot-long buses or 60-foot-long buses. And I know that's something that Smart has started to look at a little bit, right now. But that's kind of a future question at this point. That's not something that's accounted for right now. The electric vehicles would be much more expensive no matter what, with the battery equipment and things like that. I know propane fuel is quite a bit cheaper than the gasoline that, the larger buses would normally use, or diesel. So that's a consideration too.
Your finance director here.
And that's an operations discussion, I guess, should we move forward with this?
Right. And also, please know, we ordered our first electric bus just recently.
Hooray.
So, first one.
All right, good to hear. The question is, so the RTA is still kind of lingering out there. I think most people think it's politically not going to happen, but it is in the realm of possibility until mid-August. If we move forward with this, if the RTA happens, I think that would completely, unless I'm wrong, change our vision of where the gaps are and how we would want to move forward with something like this. So I guess it would be a question for our staff as to whether or not, if the RTA moves forward, I think we'd want to pause this, see what happens to the RTA, and then design something to fill the gaps. So is that something that you?
Yes, I think that's probably a true statement, or a true
Okay.
assessment of what you're thinking. We, though, like the RTA, even if this plan went forward, local governments or local communities are going to be charged with finding out what kind of transit system they want,
Mhm.
because there will be actual dollars that will come to the local governments, and so we will be ahead of the game.
Right.
We've already put on the table what we think works in the city of Royal Oak. And, don't think that Berkeley and Madison Heights and all of them aren't looking to see what we're doing, but we'll be really ahead of the game, and we would be happy to partner with the Regional Transit Authority to maybe, instead of doing a top-down assessment, we could do a ground-up assessment and say, this is what local governments want, this is how we could be connected. So I think, Dave, you wanted to say anything about that? No? Okay.
Well, thanks again. I know that you guys have been hard at work on this. I know you've done a robust public input process where residents have come and interacted with you, given feedback on your plan. Taxpayers have weighed in on this plan significantly. And I think it's a viable proposal that fills a need in the community and seems completely fair to put it to residents, say if this is something that we want. So thank you.
Thank you.
Commissioner Douglas.
Yes, thank you, Mayor. This has been just an amazing committee. Not just Marie and Dave who've done the heavy lifting, but the input we've had from everyone on the committee has been sterling. And I'm so happy with the outcome. So I want to get down to kind of the nuts and bolts of how we would put the millage, and I'm going to turn this to the city attorney. What is the timetable to write language, get it approved by the attorney general, and perhaps more significantly, pull it off our ballot should the RTA millage go forward? Because I for one, would rather have that than this. Because there's plenty of time for us to bring our system to the table once a more thorough and robust RTA system was available to us. So how might that work, Mr. Gillen?
Commissioner DeBuck mentioned middle of August, and that's really the approximate time frame, any way you want to look at it. In terms of us putting language together for a charter amendment for a millage that has to be approved by the Attorney General's office by the middle of August. That ballot language have to be submitted to the county by the middle of August. At the same time, in talking with Ms. Hallis today, the election division at the county, their cutoff is the middle of August to have ballot language submitted. And then roughly by the end of the month, her office receives proofs back of the proposed ballot language. I've got a feeling that once the county went to print with the ballots, they're not going to pull something off. So, again, I think really we're talking the middle of August is probably the drop dead date, one way or the other, for any kind of ballot language. So, my thought is, and we haven't thought this all the way through, and it could be the subject for more discussion, obviously, but rather than be scrambling to get something approved in August, if this is something the commission is going to entertain, my thought would be to go ahead and get ballot language together as quickly as we can and get it submitted for approval, and then we'd have time on the back end to pull back if we needed to, rather than be scrambling to get all the approvals in place at the very last minute.
Sure. And I would expect that the staff or actually, our mission is done as of tonight. So that the staff or some among us might kind of keep our fingers on the pulse of the RTA. I suspect that they don't want us to have this on the ballot while they're on the ballot, and we don't want to be there either. So I think we could work that out so that we didn't double down on this. Well, I'm gonna take a swing at a motion here, and that would be that the commission move forward with the Transit Task Force recommendation to place try this. Approve the plan of action that the task force has recommended and put a 1.25 millage on the November ballot.
Okay. We have a motion by Commissioner Douglas. Is there, real quick, Commissioner Douglas, are you looking at just the first two resolutions?
Where
Or
am I lost.
if you go to page, just to, I don't know what the page number is.
Page 2 of the PDF.
So are you looking at all those resolutions or just the first two?
Let me see. Let's go with the first two, thank you.
Okay, we have a motion by Commissioner Douglas. Is there a second? Second by Commissioner Dubak. I think I saw first on the quick draw. Discussion?
Royal Oak is the envy of cities and people around Southeast Michigan. People compare themselves to Royal Oak. Well, it's great, but it's not as good as Royal Oak. This would be yet one more example of our city's leadership in the region, in Southeast Michigan, across Michigan, for a town of our size to offer a local bus service. And there is clearly an interest in it, a need for it. I will say that I do not want to see communications dollars pulled out of this budget. People will need to learn how to use it, and we would be remiss if we did not build that into the budget and into our operating plans. It's an experiment, I acknowledge that, but I feel like the support that the last regional millage had in Royal Oak voted for the last regional millage. People here are interested in public transportation. They want public transportation. And the ability to connect with the rest of the smart routes across Southeast Michigan, I think, is a very important selling point. And I think this will bring our city even more regard and even better serve our residents. And that's why I support everything we've done.
Commissioner Paruch?
There's been an awful lot of discussion about this topic on social media, especially a lot of pros and cons, a lot of cons. There are some people out there who don't who don't believe that the government should be in the business of public transportation, and this is not something that's necessary. But there's an awful lot of people who are not on social media who are very, very, very interested in this type of a plan, and they're very excited about the possibility of it. In our extended family, we have some people with some disabilities who are excited about the possibility, one of which who cannot drive at all, about the possibility of being able to get from his apartment down to downtown on a regular basis. We have some friends in the Coventry condominiums who are very excited about this possibility, and who are, the silent majority, so to speak, at least in their immediate geographic area, who are really excited about the possibility of getting around town to Beaumont or to downtown or to some other places, Meyer, on a regular basis without having to depend on Uber or Lyft. They don't particularly like Uber or Lyft. They want to be able to know the driver. They want to be able to say, Frank's driving again today, as opposed to a stranger pulling up in an Uber or Lyft car. So I think there are a lot of people out there who are looking at this opportunity as something that's very significant and positive. It may pass, it may not pass, but I think the voters deserve an opportunity to vote on it, to voice their opinion. We hear often from people who say, well, we should be able to vote on this, and you're not giving us an opportunity to vote on this. Well, this is an opportunity to vote on this program. We can't do it by ourselves as a commission. This is something the voters have to approve, and they ought to have the opportunity to do that. If it passes, it's fine. If it doesn't pass, well, then they've spoken, and we don't have it. But I think they deserve an opportunity to vote one way or another as to whether or not they want this as an amenity in their community.
Commissioner Lavasser?
First, I note that we have a city commission meeting scheduled for August 13th, And in the event that this motion were to pass, I would ask Mr. Gillen to determine through the county clerk's office what their deadline is in relation to August 13th for us to pull this if that's the direction we wish to go.
I believe it's Alice.
It's August 14th.
August
is the
14th?
deadline, yes.
All right, so I guess we know August 13th what we'll be doing if RTA moves forward. I'm always concerned for the taxpayers in the city, and we've seen the taxpayers ask for money continuously here. And if this were to go through and the sidewalk tax were to go through and you add the drain tax, that's over an additional 3 mills that our taxpayers will be asked to pay, all in the winter bill, by the way, if I recall correctly. But even getting past that, assuming that moving forward with the transportation plan makes sense, I've got some concerns over the efficiency of this proposal. This calls for a very old-style model of buses that are going around on a fixed route. Oftentimes, we see buses right now, they're not particularly full. I'm trying to get a feel for what the ridership anticipated here would be, and unfortunately, the committee was not able to give me very solid feel for that. The best I can guesstimate based on the revenue projections is about 150,000 riders per year. Well, if that's the case, in this instance, we would be spending, the taxpayers of Royal Oak would be subsidizing this to the tune of $20 per ride, and there would be a 1 gallon or more fuel consumed for every ride. That certainly doesn't seem very conscientious to the environment, certainly not very budget conscious. Certainly if I wanted to take an Uber, I could get a pretty long distance on $20, much farther than what this route would take me. And I have to question whether it wouldn't make more sense to be a little bit more novel here. And I'm concerned for the taxpayers, but if we're going to subsidize transportation, it would just make a whole lot more sense to work with Uber, work with Lyft, work in some fashion to provide subsidies there as opposed to subsidies on a bus system. That would be much more efficient. We could certainly still do the senior transit, which provides curb to curb, if we wanted to enhance that and deal with people who have wheelchairs or other mobility issues. But this just seems like a very inefficient, old-style system that we've seen before that just costs a ton of money and is not the most up-to-date means of which to pursue transportation.
Anybody else? I'll just add, look, I want to applaud the task force for really taking the time. I know you guys spent countless hours researching different types of transportation. I'd like to thank SMART for making time to come out here and providing your decades of expertise on public transportation and really put together a plan that fulfills a lot of the needs and demands expressed by so many constituents in this community. I think for me, when I look at it, we hear the word taxpayer. Well, if this vote passes here tonight and, the RTA doesn't go on the ballot, I think taxpayers will be the one to decide themselves, not us, them, what they want. Certainly public transportation has moral and economic merits. And I think it's incumbent that the voters weigh those merits against what the cost is. And I'm highly confident that they'll make the right decision. I have the utmost respect for our voters and our taxpayers, and I know if this passes, they'll make the right decision for our community. There are so many constituencies that can benefit from public transportation. We've had a survey, we've seen the votes with the recent RTA. I think we would be in a dereliction of our duties if we didn't put this question to the voters, because I received a message loud and clear with the RTA vote that people in Royal Oak want to explore public transportation that works. And we took action as this commission. We put together a task force, and now we have a plan, and it's only right to pass it along to the voters and have them decide. For me, personally, I think the moral and economic merits far outweigh the impact to my family and the cost that it will bring to our family. But then again, we'll be avid users of it because I have kids going into middle school next year and a couple more to follow and going through the public school system. And as a parent, I see this as a great advantage, and I'm not the only parent. I mean, again, speaking to many, many parents, speaking to a whole host of stakeholders, I think this is something that, you know, voters will be best poised to decide. And I'm eager to see the results. So, if there's no further discussion, I'll call for the vote. All those in favor say aye. Aye. Those opposed?
Nay.
Okay, the motion passes. I'm going to do a roll call. We have to do a roll call vote on this one to prepare the question, don't we? Language?
At this point, no. When we have actual language, then we bring back.
Yeah, when we actually get it, yeah. Okay, but we still have two recommended resolutions in front of us tonight.
We only did the first two.
So we did the first two. We have a further resolved and a finally resolved.
It's all one resolution.
Well, I thought Commissioner Douglas' resolution, the way she articulated it, was that we accept the plan and that the city commission directs city attorney to prepare a ballot language for a 5-year 1.25 millage request. That was the way I understood the motion.
That was what I said. I don't know that the second two items are necessary.
Commissioner Paruch?
I kind of agree, and I think that if they are, then perhaps the time to deal with them is when the ballot language comes back to us.
Fair enough.
We think we need to take more actions at that time, but I think for the moment, I think, it's my view, that we've done what we need to do to get this rolling.
Consensus on that? Anyone really object? So, without any motions, we can move forward. So we got the first two through, unless someone's going to jump in? No? Okay. All right. That brings us to item number 12, approval of the Memorial Day Parade Committee Ordinance Amendments, first reading.
Here, I can take this at least at the start here. Approximately 10 years ago, the City Commission adopted a Memorial Day Parade Committee ordinance that formally established a Memorial Day Parade Committee to act in an advisory capacity to the City Commission on issues related to the city's Memorial Day Parade. And that committee has continued to exist and serve in that capacity since that time. This year, staff in the city manager's office, which interacts at length with the members of this committee, or that's my understanding anyway, came up with a series of recommendations to potentially amend the ordinance to expand the scope to include other related activities for veterans and first responders, and also, in addition to broadening the scope of the duties of the committee, to amend the name of the committee to the Veterans Events Committee as opposed to the Memorial Day Parade Committee. So based upon the work that was done in the manager's office, we drafted, they had actually prepared the proposed amendments to the ordinance that accompanied the memo from Ms. Schwanger in the manager's office. We actually put the proposed amendments in formal ordinance form, which I left at the table for all the members of the commission tonight. So if the commission wants to move forward with the proposed amendments on first reading, the resolution that's contained in the memorandum from Ms. Schwanger would be appropriate.
Commissioner Dubuck?
Move for the resolution.
Motion by Commissioner Dubuck. Is there a second? Second by Commissioner Paruch. Discussion? Commissioner Dubuck?
Yeah, I thought we saw a wonderful event hosted on Memorial Day, that the memorial ceremony was well attended, and we, as the letter states, got tremendous positive feedback. I know that the committee members have as well. I think the greatest benefit of this is both Memorial Day and Veterans Day, and recognizing and celebrating the contributions and the sacrifices of men and women who serve, is that it's something that the community can really come together around. It should be about all of us in Royal Oak taking part in these events. And so making it a formal city committee with public meetings and publicly posted agendas and opening up the process so we can take feedback from residents from every corner of the city about how to improve and expand the scope and of these celebrations and ceremonies and recognitions. I think it's a tremendous positive step forward that really opens it up to what it's supposed to be, which is all of us coming together to recognize the contributions of servicemen and women. So I think this is an appropriate motion. I'm happy to support it.
And Commissioner DeBuck? Anybody else? Commissioner Macy?
What's been the situation up until now? I felt confused today. Right now, we have these events already.
We have an ordinance in place for the Memorial Day Parade.
Yeah.
And the gist of it is that the changes to the ordinance will open it up to all veterans events. So to expand the responsibilities of the committee to harness their expertise and their openness and their public nature to solicit input from the public, from this commission, and everything for all of the events to honor, the brave men and women that have served us in Royal Oak. Commissioner Lavasser.
I was surprised to see this here because typically when we are looking at making a change to an ordinance, we have an item placed on the agenda and we have some discussion. If we think there's an issue that needs to be addressed, we give our city attorney direction, draft us a proposed ordinance along certain lines. And that didn't happen here. This just came out of the blue. And it seems to me to be a solution in search of a problem because we have not had a problem, at least I don't believe we've had a problem in this community with regard to the memorial service after our Memorial Day Parade. We've had a private entity, the Memorial Society, which since the 1940s has conducted that service, and they've done a tremendous job. And for some reason, that opportunity to do that was taken away from them this year. And we seem to be trying to memorialize that, make that permanent, make this a city function instead of a Memorial Society function through this, the change in this ordinance. And I don't understand, or I'm not aware of any problem that we're trying to resolve that calls for this solution. It makes me wonder what's the motivation here. And it makes me also wonder what's next. Are we going to take Royal Oak and Bloom away from the Chamber of Commerce? Are we going to take something else away from some other group in the city here? This is not something that should be done to a group that served this community well, taking away a significant event that they've put on faithfully and extremely well for years, and that's what's happening here.
Commissioner Paruch?
Well, this is an area that I don't think a lot of people really wanted to go down, but we can give you some examples of some problems that had occurred. The memorial service was organized up until this year by the Memorial Society, even though kind of the ordinance suggested that it should have been done by the public committee itself. There were some complaints about the way that service was put together by the Memorial Society, and I'll give you one example. Up until a couple of years ago, it was very clear that only the Boy Scouts could be involved with the raising and lowering of the flag ceremony. 2 years in a row, it was suggested to the Memorial Society that perhaps it would be a good idea to include also the Girl Scouts in that ceremony. And the Memorial Society rejected that recommendation. It was only until this year, when the public committee was formed in order to manage that service, that actually the Girl Scouts and the Boy Scouts were part of the flag raising and lowering ceremony. There were other issues. There were other complaints about various aspects of the Memorial Society event where people felt excluded, where people that they felt that their particular views on the event were not included. That it was a very narrow in terms of focus, in terms of the types of people that it was willing to recognize and not recognize. So it was the belief that in order to remedy that, this needed to be opened up to a public committee that is organized by the City Commission, with public meetings, with minutes. The Memorial Society never maintained any minutes for any of their organizational meetings for either Memorial Society or for the Veterans Day event. So we had no information as to who was organizing it, how they were organizing it, or anything. Now it's a public event. These are always public events. Now it truly is a public event because there is a public committee that is responsible to us in terms of how it is organized. It is responsible to the community as a whole because they will be able to come to the meetings, to participate in the meetings, to read the minutes of the meetings and see what happens and to see what goes into making the decisions that are made by the committee. It worked out very well this year. Everyone was very happy about it. It didn't vary that much from events in the past. The actual chronology of what happened at the events was almost identical, except that the Girl Scouts were there on an equal footing with the Boy Scouts. So, and that's just one example of the problem areas that we felt had to be addressed. So that, bottom line, that was what was the initiative for making the changes. They had been doing it for a long time, but it was time to move it into the 21st century.
Commissioner DeBuck, I think I had you next.
I think Commissioner Paruch covered it. Thank you.
Any other discussion? Yeah, I'll just add, I mean, I think if the positive feedback we received from the last, most recent Memorial Day ceremony and parade is any indication of the incentive or motivation to make changes, I think it's self-apparent. You know, I can also add that there were countless issues in the past, issues that, you know, quite frankly, I would be embarrassed to mention again at this public forum. I think we all experienced one in particular that put us into a shock situation. I'm perplexed how we could compare honoring our veterans to selling flowers, you know, in a parking lot, but in this case, I think our veterans are, you know, of the public, from the public, serving the public, and it makes sense that we honor them with the support and backing of the public. And I think for all the reasons Commissioner Paruch mentioned, for all the other reasons that I'm too embarrassed to mention, that we've all seen and witnessed, this is a great change. It's a great opportunity to have a more meaningful event and open it up to our entire community. Because it's all of us that celebrate our veterans, not a few of us, all of us. And all of our veterans, all types of veterans, no matter what their race is, no matter what their religion is, no matter what their gender is, this is the appropriate venue and the appropriate ordinance to help facilitate that end. That's my opinion. So if there's no other discussion, I'll call for the vote. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed?
Nay.
Okay, motion passes.
It'll be brought back for second reading at the next city commission meeting.
Okay, thank you, Mr. Gillen. So now, Mr. Godek, you're still here. Too bad the Hyatt wasn't open. You couldn't take a break and come back, you know?
I actually did, not at the Hyatt.
This is the approval, item number 13, approval of the May 2018 Traffic Committee resolutions.
Yes.
Callahan or Mr. Godek?
Traffic Committee met on May the 22nd. Dan Godek is the chairperson. He presided over that meeting. We had 6 items that we reviewed that evening. I'll quickly go over each one, and then Dan is here to answer any questions if you have any at all. We reviewed a request to remove a stop sign, which the Traffic Committee recommends denial, but they also recommended installing a stop bar at that stop sign to make it more visible. Traffic Committee recommend denying the installation of some speed limit signs on Parker Drive and Warwick between Woodward and Coolidge. There's some additional studies that we're doing over in that area, and we felt that it was good to wait. The commission, the City Commission is recommend to deny the request for a stop sign on Rosewald at Samoset. The City Commission is recommended to approve the inclusion of a left turn signal at 13 Mile Road in Campbell when the city upgrades that signal in 2019. Traffic Committee recommends to the City Commission to approve the removal of a traffic signal at Stevenson and Dallas. The Dallas Bridge is going to be removed when I-75 is reconstructed here shortly, either by the I-75 contractor or by DPS. They may want to salvage some parts there. And finally, the Traffic Committee recommends the City Commission approve changing 30-minute parking times in front of the post office to start at 7 a.m. instead of 11 a.m. And that was number F.
Any questions from Mr. Callahan or Mr. Godek? Commissioner Paruch.
Could I ask what a 24-inch stop bar is?
Yeah.
Sure. As you pull up to most major intersections, you see a very large, thick, white bar on the ground. It tells you where to stop your car. So we
Right.
call those the stop bars.
Oh, so it's not affixed to the stop sign, it's
No, it is
painting
painted
road.
on the ground.
Oh, okay.
So they're not at most neighborhood intersections, but this is kind of an unusual situation where Sheridan ties into Sheridan. It's like a weird angle T intersection.
It is a weird angle. Okay, thank you. For some reason, I thought it was on the sign itself. Okay.
Any other questions?
Just like to say thanks for the post office thing.
Yeah, good call.
Yeah.
All right. Commissioner Paruch.
I'll move approval of all of these resolutions.
Motion by Commissioner Paruch. Is there a second? Second by Commissioner Macy. Discussion? With none, I'll call for the vote. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed? Motion passes. Great work.
Thanks, guys.
Thank you, Mr. Godek. Thank you for your service on the Traffic Committee and the Planning Commission. And just in general. All right, I sense Ms. Rudd is behind me. Not because the door opened up very loudly, but because we're at item number 14, the third amendment to the fiscal year 2007-18 budgets. Ms. Rudd.
Good evening, Mayor, City Commissioners. This is the final and third budget amendment request for fiscal year 17-18. There are approximately 10 funds in the resolution that's been provided that need to be officially adopted. And then there's numerous funds under the title of other funds that technically are not in the resolution because we don't technically adopt those funds. But it's more for information, let you know how the funds are coming in at year end. And given the time, I won't go through it if that's okay, and I'll just answer any questions unless someone wants me to walk through it.
Do we have any questions for Ms. Rudd? Commissioner Lavasser.
There's a handful here that are very significant changes. We're talking over $1 million, and just want to get a sense of why such a substantial change compared to the original budget.
Okay. Like in major and local roads? Is it, as, you want me to start there?
Let's go there, sure.
Okay. Yeah, mostly, there's small changes due to the heavier winter we had for winter maintenance in both local and major streets. And then really the significant part is construction projects further along than originally budgeted. For major roads, Campbell Road project, North Main Street, and then the non-motorized improvement projects there. And for local streets, those projects, it's the general road rehab and the sidewalk program. Let's see, the DDA Development Fund, the timing of the 696 property sale, we really weren't sure when we would get that, and it appears that June we will get the proceeds. So that sale of property is to bring in approximately $2.4 million to the DDA TIFA fund. And some of the other larger, state construction fund is an increase in permit revenue at $2.1 million, so that's a positive. And the other significant is amendment, which is unofficial. In the water and sewer fund, we have disposal fees. Those revenues are coming in about $500,000 than originally estimated, and that's due to
lower commodity charges, lower utilization than anticipated. And then the $6 million reduction in revenue and expenditures is for the water meter radio read system that was not performed this year. And then the rain garden is about $177,000. That grant was not received, and the rain garden project was not performed this year. So that hits the significant items.
Okay, the state construction code fund, $2.1 million more in permit revenues, that just seems extremely unusually very variant from what we were before, and so I'm just kind of wondering what's the story behind that?
We still see the vast building in the city and construction. And, we budget along the lines with the input of the building official conservatively. And he just outperforms just because the number of permits that he's actually putting out, so.
Okay, now, the DDA funds, the additional revenues there, will that mean that there will be an adjustment in the next fiscal year's budget to kind of offset that?
For the sale of the 696 property?
Yes.
No.
Okay, so that wasn't anticipated as revenues in the next fiscal year?
I don't believe so. I think I can double check. I think we had it anticipated coming in this year, but let me double check because it was so close to the end of this fiscal year, and then if it was July, it was the beginning of next fiscal year. But let me see if I can find a note here. And if we did put it in the DDA budget for next year, we'll do an amendment, the first amendment to take it out.
All right, thank you.
I can tell you in a second. No, we did not put it in next fiscal year.
Any other questions for Ms. Rudd?
Commissioner Dubak.
See, I see here that with this change, total use of fund balance this year was about 3.5 million.
General fund?
Yeah, general fund. That's 3.476.
Yeah, the current budget's 5.5. So there's an improvement. We're gonna use we're guessing right now, it will come in a little better than this. Improvement at 2 million. So really, usage might be around 3.5.
Yeah, so about 3.5.
But it will probably come in a little better than that.
Okay. So that means, I keep hearing that we have way more money coming in than going out, but if we're using fund balance, that means we are spending fund balance to cover that which is not coming in through traditional revenue streams. Is that accurate?
Correct, we are utilizing fund balance.
Okay, people keep bringing up that we have so much more money coming in than we have to spend, and that's not accurate. Is that right?
Correct.
Okay, thank you.
Commissioner Lavasser?
And just to kind of follow up on that point, if the figure that we anticipated as being the fund balance at the end of the next fiscal year was 13 million, give or take, now it's probably going to be more like 15 million?
Correct.
Thank you.
Any other discussions? Well, we have a let's see, where is it?
Actually, Mayor, let me see what they estimated
Okay. We have a
use was. Okay, so what people were looking at in the budget document, net change in fund balance that was estimated for 17-18 for the general fund was almost $3 million. So what we saw in the budget was the estimated. It wasn't the current budget. So what you're seeing in the budget amendment is current actual budget, adopted budget relative to the new one we're asking you to adopt this evening. What you saw in the budget
book, the document, on that table for the general fund was our estimated. And we were estimating that we would use about $3 million this year. That got you to that $13 million.
Let me just, my bottom line question is, now where do we expect our general fund balance to be at the end of the next fiscal year?
Right now, it's about maybe $500,000, based on this budget amendment, $500,000 improvement than what you saw in the budget book. $500,000.
Right. Because we still had a couple months to go, and a lot of changes came in.
Yeah, and we are using estimations rather than the current budget for 17, 18 in the budget book.
Okay. Commissioner Douglas?
I'll move approval of this third amendment to our 2017-18 budget, or fiscal year budget.
Motion by Commissioner Douglas. Is there a second? Second by Commissioner Dubak. Discussion?
No.
Okay, with that, I'll call for the vote. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed? Motion passes. Thank you, Ms. Becker. That brings us to our final item, number 15, sidewalk millage report. This goes to Mr. Johnson.
At the May 14th meeting, we presented a report that recommended that the Royal Oak taxpayers be given the option to vote on assessing themselves a tax levy to support sidewalk repair and replacement instead of using a special assessment system. At that time, I went through the reasons why I thought there were some advantages for using the tax and actually identified some disadvantages as well. The commission discussed that at length, determined that they wanted to put a term limit on it. So city attorney has redrafted it, making it for 6 years. There were also questions asked about some alternative methods of repairing sidewalks, and we've added an attachment, spreadsheet attachment that the city engineer prepared, showing the different alternatives besides replacement, using shaving, sawing, grinding, or using mud jacking or lifting, and the advantages, disadvantages, and cost implications of each. It would remain our recommendation that we think this should be put on the ballot and the voters should be given the opportunity to choose which way they want to pay for sidewalks.
Questions for Mr. Johnson? Commissioner Paruch.
I have a question about the millage rate that you're suggesting. It says that 0.75 mils would raise approximately $1.8 million per year, but yet the last sentence in that paragraph says, to properly account for rising costs, engineering has provided a rough estimate of $1.2 million for next year's program, requiring only 0.5 mils. I'm wondering why you're suggesting 0.75 if 0.5...
Mostly because of our experience during the last program. I know it's in here someplace, how much the rate we're paying per flag of sidewalk increased from the beginning of that program to the end of that program.
I know that the cost of concrete just went through the roof.
Yeah.
Which, I mean, it just practically tripled, I think. So, when you were paying, I'm going to pull numbers out of the hat, $500 for a flag, all of a sudden it was $1,500 a flag. I know that was one aspect of it. Were there other costs associated with that jump?
Well, I'm just going based on the cost of our bids that we've gotten for replacement. And
Okay, so that kind of...
That's mostly a concrete cost, but there's labor
Yeah.
costs have changed as well.
Okay.
It's really, to a large degree, a function of how much other construction there's going on. And
Yeah. Yeah, I
The
know.
availability of the labor and the availability of the product.
And I know it's getting harder and harder to do that. Certainly in the building construction industry, they're pulling their hair out because they can't get contractors and they can't get
The
workers.
intent is that that would be the maximum that we could levy, that if, when we know what we're actually gonna need, we would levy that amount. But it gives us the ability to raise it. Because you don't wanna set a rate, say you're gonna pay for it by millage and then not have enough to do it by millage. The last thing you'd wanna do is end up having to do a special assessment for part of it.
Right, but on the other hand, you don't want to you don't want it to be so high that you never have to levy that amount either. I guess what I'm going to suggest is if we were to go with like 0.6 or 0.65, do you think that that would be a significant amount of risk? I know everybody's guessing, nobody's sure.
Your guess is probably as good as mine. I don't know what's going to happen in the future. Well, here's the quote. During the 6-year program just completed, the city's cost per square foot has risen from $3.36 to $5.03 for a 4-inch sidewalk. That's almost a 50% increase.
Yeah, 40%, maybe.
Commissioner Gibbs.
So with this proposal, we are to assume that nobody will be having any kind of special assessment for 27 flags that if they lived on a corner lot, or one flag, or one lift. Maybe that's all it is, they just need a lift. Okay.
Correct. If we do it with this approach, everybody will pay a tax of a relatively small but fixed amount, as opposed to having a highly variable, possibly very high amount that you could be liable for if you have the 27 flags or whatever.
But that's my question. If you have 27 or 47, depending on Mount Vernon, they may have 47 flags, or just 1 or 2, there's going to be no special assessment to either homeowner.
No.
Correct.
Yeah.
Or, landlord, I guess.
Right. Yep.
Okay.
Nope. If we do it this way, the proposed method, everybody would just pay it on their tax bill, and the city would take care of it, and there'd be no billing.
I just wanted to clarify that. Thank you.
Commissioner DuBois.
I think it's worth noting, I don't think the city manager captured it in his benefits, did you? Which is, many of our residents choose to finance the special assessment through the city over, what do we do, 7 years? 5 years?
On sidewalk, I think we do 5.
5 years. And they are charged interest on that. Whereas if everyone is paying a mill, no one's going to be paying interest on financing of their sidewalk. Everyone's going to pay as you go.
That's true.
So there's a savings to residents there for not having to have that financed, which I don't think you captured in your benefits. So.
Missed one.
You missed one.
It also simplifies things for us because we don't have to keep track.
No more billing, no more tracking of payments.
Or notices. Well, other than construction notices.
My other question is, so I would assume then, if the voters were to authorize 0.75, given that we only, which would generate the 1.8, we only need 1.2 for the next year, so we would only authorize 0.68 in the coming year. That's what would be proposed in your budget for the commission to consider?
If that's the numbers we're looking at as we get to it, yes.
I think given the wild fluctuation that we've seen just over the last 5 years, it makes sense to have some cushion there. So that we can cover costs, that we can fulfill the obligation that we're saying, if you do this, there will be no more bills.
I mean, if you do this and you put a 6-year, you don't want to have to come back in the 3rd year or the 4th year and say that that wasn't enough.
Right. Understood.
You also don't want to have to end up billing people when you've said there isn't going to be any more bills.
Right. I mean, ultimately, as a community, what we're looking at here is just changing the financing mechanism. There's no new money being spent. There is some equity there in that. Yeah, someone who has 27 flags, who lives next door to me, I use that sidewalk just as much as they do. But their risk is much, much higher than mine. And I think we've made the case at this table many times, the sidewalk network belongs to all of us. It's a benefit for all of us. It's a benefit for seniors and children and people with disabilities, and makes us a very walkable, livable community. And it's an expense that it doesn't quite make sense to burden individual homeowners with when they're not necessarily benefiting more from their 20 slabs than I'm benefiting from my 5 or 8.
And also, when slabs are damaged, it is seldom the fault of the homeowner that the
Right.
slabs are damaged. Sometimes, if they've been driving on it, yeah, but under normal conditions, it's usually caused by trees or things
Exactly, and I
outside
don't,
of the homeowner's control.
and we don't want our neighbors with big, beautiful, well-established trees to have an incentive to take those trees out because they're having to pay for their sidewalk every time the program comes around.
Right.
And I don't, but I get to enjoy their tree. But they have to replace their slab every time it comes around. It makes more sense for us to bear that burden as a community. But once again, what we're talking about is offering a choice to our residents, to our taxpayers. Do you like the special assessments and the bills, which I'm pretty sure universally people hate? But giving people that choice seems reasonable to me. So I'll move for the resolution.
I'm sure they'll hate the tax bill too, but I'm hoping they'll hate it less.
Right.
Motion
That's
by
a motion.
Commissioner
I have
Dubois.
one further question.
Oh, when we get he made the motion, so we
Okay.
got to get a second by Commissioner Douglas. Discussion, Commissioner Gibbs.
Okay, so now my question, what about brand-new sidewalks?
Brand-new sidewalks, I'd continue to do the way we're doing now. Because we've got basically 99% or somewhere near that.
I understand that.
Sidewalks are in place.
Yeah, we're almost done. We're done.
The people adjacent to them paid for those. It wouldn't be fair to the people who've already paid for sidewalk to make them pay for somebody else's new sidewalk.
And I guess maybe I'm speaking of new construction, because there's an awful lot of that going on, and sometimes the sidewalk gets damaged. I've seen it in my sub happen with trucks and what, so that's why I'm asking.
Yeah, I think that would
They should
still be under our
fix it.
construction ordinance, under the provisions we have, that if you build a new home and go into that right of way, you have to replace that
Yeah.
sidewalk. So, in that case,
That
if there
wouldn't
was a
change.
sidewalk and it was damaged, they would have to replace it anyways at the builder's expense, so the city wouldn't have to bear that. And just one more point, because I think you asked a good question. You know, a handful of us sat through the arduous task of going through all the sidewalk determinations. And theoretically, if this commission were to stay in place indefinitely for 1,000,000 years, you know, is there reason to believe that we would install new sidewalks? We went through every corner of the city, we went through every street, we went through every situation. Now, things could change. All of a sudden, you know, certain areas that were industrial or whatever, all of a sudden could become residential, and maybe some things change. But I think like Mr. Johnson said, you know, 99% we have sidewalks in the community. And, you know, the realistic chance that new sidewalks are going to be installed is going to be very, very rare moving forward, because we went through every corner of the city through the program.
The only other thing I would point out, to follow up your comment about damaged sidewalk during construction, is that not only do they have to, the contractor or the property owner has to replace that damaged sidewalk or sidewalk that was just taken out, but they don't get a certificate of occupancy until it's done.
Yeah.
I understand it, I just meant it as an example, so,
okay.
but I appreciate your saying that.
Yeah, there's really an
But it is a
enforcement
good
hammer
point,
there.
because when there's major construction, they drive construction equipment over the sidewalk, and the sidewalk is not designed to
Right.
support that kind of weight,
just
and it
gets
will not
crushed.
support that kind of weight.
Neither is the street, but, so.
Yeah.
Motion on the table, discussion. Commissioner Lavasser?
I will say this about this proposal, as compared to the special assessment program, this is an improvement. The way we've been doing it is extremely unfair to residents. You can have one person who maybe replaces one flag, and their next door neighbor who they use the sidewalk just as much as that neighbor, or person around the corner uses just as much as that neighbor. They got to replace 10 flags, and so that special assessment system never made sense to me, never seemed to be a fair system. So as between that and this is a better system. But I don't believe that's the only option. I know that's the way it's been painted here. And I know this is not the direction that our city manager wants to go, but we have a $13 to $14 million general fund surplus, which to me indicates that we've been overtaxing our residents. And it just seems to me to go back for another tax when we could work to figure out how to get this covered with that general fund balance. That doesn't seem fair to me, to the taxpayers. We ought to be working on and figuring out how to make this work with their general fund balance.
Commissioner DeBuck.
Yeah, I'm sorry, that's just patently false to say that we're flush with cash and we're overtaxing our residents. It demonstrates either a willingness to deliberately mislead the public or a complete lack of understanding of the budget that we recently approved. So we have a budget where we're drawing on fund balance year after year for essential city services. And to say that we are not spending that fast enough and should actually replace things that we're currently paying for through special assessment by drawing down fund balance so that the city gets below 10% in 4 years and triggers an EM, that's just fiscally irresponsible. And to try and delude residents into thinking that we have this huge stockpile of cash that can make their wildest dreams come true that's campaign nonsense. Like, now is the time for governing. Now is not the time for campaigning. So this is a reasonable proposal. We ask the voters if they want to bill this way. If they say yes, great. If not, we keep doing it the way we've been doing it. But there is no unlimited source of cash to pay for what is an ongoing, year after year, $1 million expense. That money just is not there. And that is, it's a lie to tell residents that it is.
Commissioner Paruch.
A long time ago, the fund balance used to be called a rainy day fund because that's essentially what it is. It's like it functions as a savings account that you have in case of emergencies. And if you follow the long-term history of the fund balance all the way back into like the 60s and 70s and 80s, you can see it fluctuates over time because events occurred which required the city to dip into its savings account because there were extenuating circumstances. In a couple of years around the recession, 2007, 2008, 2009, the fund balance significantly decreased because our property tax revenues dropped significantly and state shared revenues went into the toilet. We're starting to build those back up, and we're seeing that rainy day fund expand a little bit, but I was reading in the New York Times today that there are economists who are very worried about the bond market and seem to think that there might be a recession coming sooner rather than later. So hopefully we're not going to have another crash like we had in 2008, 2009. But I think the collective thinking is that, you know, things are pretty rosy right now, but they're not going to last forever. So we're going to have these ups and downs, and that's what the rainy day fund is supposed to cushion against, is extreme circumstances that we have, expenses that we didn't anticipate, as well as changes in the market forces which affect our revenues and our income. And it's something that we can cushion. So when we have an ongoing expense program, it would be one thing to consider potentially spending it on one item capital improvement just this year, maybe. But to consider that it's a source of revenue for an ongoing program that has to be funded every single year, and in this case, it's a 6-year program or a 7-year program, I'm sorry, I'm too fiscally conservative to consider that as an option. So that, to me, the rainy day fund needs to be protected so that it functions the way it has successfully functioned for the city for a number of years. And I really, really, really don't want to tinker with it.
Yeah, and I'll just add to that, you know, whether you like it or not, we have an administration that has put community block grant development funding on the table on a regular basis that could strip money from municipalities and communities. We rely on that money. We based our millage rates on predictions that we'd receive that money to fund senior programs, to fund park improvements, to fund a whole myriad of things that our community is dependent on, and rightfully so. We pay a lot of federal tax in Royal Oak, and we expect to get some of it back with these initiatives. And so it's not just the threat of an economic drawback, a small one or big one. There's also the threat of federal and state policies that would need us and cause us to have to dip into the fund balance to continue investment in our city and manage it. And, I just think like, $1.2 million, I mean, in 2023, I think our fund balance goes down to 23%. I think it was expressed that there should be a $2.5 million, we should just randomly take it out, and then you want to keep a 10% minimum. I don't even know how many years you'd be able to fund a sidewalk program, but even if you used all the fund balance, you wouldn't even come close to fulfilling, the budget of 5.8 million. So I think that that's not really a realistic option because our current millage rates were never based on funding sidewalks. That was always an assessment. And so you got to have a source of revenue for the work that you do. And, you got to have, you can't just use up your fund balance with everything. I mean, that without putting any thought behind it, all the things you could potentially do. And we're going to have that discussion on fund balance. So, but right now, I mean, $1.2 to $1.8 million a year to replace sidewalk flags, that's something that a fund balance could not even come close to absorbing realistically. All right, we have a motion on the table. I'll call for the vote. All those in, we gotta do a roll call vote. Yes, that's right. Okay, the motion maker was Commissioner Dubuck, right? So we'll start with Commissioner Dubuck. How do you vote, Commissioner Dubuck?
Aye.
I vote aye.
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 Nay.
Nay.
Okay,
Aye.
all right. So that's 5 ayes, 2 nays. All right, so it passes. So voters will determine the best way that they want to pay for sidewalks repairs. All right, notwithstanding anything for the betterment of the city of Royal Oak, I'll entertain a motion to adjourn at this hour of 11:45 p.m. Commissioner Dubuck.
Very productive meeting. I move to adjourn.
A motion by Commissioner Dubuck. Is there a second? Second by Commissioner Douglas. Is there any lengthy discussion?
Oh, let me see.
Oh, no. All right, with none, I'll call for the vote. All those in favor say aye.
Aye.
Those opposed, motion passes. Adjourned.